Hang on, I gotta fix the audio. Give it a second. It's gonna go dark for a second. Armies, I hear you doing things. Come here. I picked up the goblin today. He is home. The prodigal psychopath returns. We had cuddles. Went for a nice walk. He slept on my leg. He did, in fact, as I assumed, acted as if I had only been gone for a day, which I knew would happen. I heard that. What was that? What is that? What are you doing? Oh, it's your bandana. Okay, that's fine. Hi. Oh, I see. That's fine. Oh, I see what you got. Okay. Hi. Do you want to come upstairs? Come to work. Come on. No? All right. Fine. Fuck you. Love you. No, what he got? Okay, what he got? I had my personal bag on the ground. I'm unpacking in stages, okay? I'll get it all done today, but it's mostly all done. I just can't do all my laundry at once because I only have one drying rack and it's not enough. So I'm like doing it in stages. And then my personal bag, I just haven't, like, it's just like Kuna, hold on. Kuna, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also, I did see that Creeper, thank you for subscribing, you won the Swell Grand Prix. Notion, thank you for subscribing, you won the Swell Grand Prix. Sorry. Whew. Sorry, the stairs. I also ran 2 miles today. It's not that I'm tired from the stairs, because I kid you not, the amount of stairs in Japan. I was hiking around. My legs are a little mad at me. I did adapt over time. Also, I now have concrete proof that I gained weight in Japan. So before I went to Japan, literally the morning before I got on my flight, I was like, you know what? This is probably toxic, but I do want to see what happens. And I took note of what my weight was in my Epic MILF machine. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. You won the Swell Grand Prix with a Prime boost. I did take note of my weight. I wrote it down in my notes app. I was like, this is probably toxic, but let's see. Because I truly believed I would lose weight in Japan. I truly did. I was like, let's see. Because I was not working out super well. I was not eating really well because I didn't want to buy groceries and stuff. So I was like eating my reserves. You know, I was eating like my, hey, if there's an apocalypse, I have rice, you know, type of food. And the mochi. I ate so much mochi, so much dango. The amount of times I was like, oh, great, ramen. Like, I got so much ramen. Sure, I'll go get an onigiri, you know, like I just kept eating. Thank you for subscribing, Nith. You won the Swell Grand Prix with a Prime boost. The amount of times also mochu. I tried to buy I was like, maybe I can buy like a big pack of these like I did with these mochi. It was this like cherry flavored mochi bites, okay, that I could get at 7-Eleven. And they were literally called mochu, not mochi, mochu. And they were perfect because they were like a re-zippable bag. And so I would just buy those and then keep in my purse for if I ever like got stuck in like on the train or anything like that. I kid you not, probably 8 bags of those the entire time I was in Japan. I would just buy them 2 or 3 at a time. And so like when I went to Don Quixote, I was like, oh, maybe I can find like a big bag of them. I could not find any, which is why I got these mochi, because I knew I was like, I need to buy mochi. There was also a few times that I bought mochi. Like when I was in Kiyomizu, I found out, okay, so I have learned, I don't mind red bean paste, like especially as like a filling. It's a very popular like filling in a lot of desserts. I don't dislike it. However, I have now officially tried white bean paste. It's way better. I love white bean paste more. It's way better of a filling, especially in mochi, personally. I like it a lot more. But I got, there's a lot of Sakura flavored things right now, obviously, because it was cherry blossom season. Literally, like, the full bloom happened while I was there, and then the flowers were falling. Like, the trees became barren the weekend I left. Like, when I left, oh God, I have that heavy, like, weird pressure thing that you get when you have jet lag. I hate it. It hit me at, like, 2. Literally at 2 on the dot. It was like, you want to go to bed. right now. You want to go to sleep. Sleep with a nap. I literally was like watching Real Housewives getting caught up, and I was like, no. So I had a cup of coffee, which is probably not good. But the issue is I just need to stay awake till, again, 9. I was up. The problem was when I was supposed to go to bed is usually when I was like up and about doing things, okay, in Japan. So like I went to bed. I managed to go to sleep at like 11:10 last night, and I took melatonin to get that. And then I woke up at like, I think I let myself sleep till like 7:50. And then I immediately went to the gym and like ran 2 miles and worked out and did some jumps. And I do mean I did some jumps. So main character energy, thank you. We had mochi brownies. No, but I did have mochi bread in Little Tokyo. There's a grocery store in there. I've never seen these since, and I've never found them since, but it's like regular rolls, but it's like mochi bread rolls, and there was like seeds and stuff in it. It was really good. It was on discount, so I was like, I'm assuming they didn't sell well. So I was like, I'll try these, and I bought a sack. I ate those things so I love mochi so much. So much. But yeah, no, these jeans that I'm wearing, because I washed all the jeans. So before I left, I did buy 2 pairs of jeans from Banana Republic because they were doing this crazy sale. So I got 2 brand new pairs of jeans for like 40% off. Like 2 for the price of 1, okay? And it's good quality jeans. So I was like, you know what? I'm fine with making that investment. These are usually like $140 jeans on a regular, so I was like, I'm fine with that, okay? But I will say I had to go a size up for those, and I got 27s, okay? I'm usually at 26 in jeans, okay? So I was like, okay, is my ass bigger? Did I gain weight? I don't know, okay? Probably gained weight because I was not being super active. So we're back on my shit. We're back on Operation Lock-In. We're back on it, okay? However, I then came home, and jeans that fit me before I left, nothing happened to them. They were in my bedroom. I put them on. I'm wearing them. They fit-ish. According to my measurements. Okay, hold on. I'm normally about 135. Okay, that's normally about what I weigh. However, like I said, I had gained a little bit of weight. Okay, so before I left, I was 141 at 3:34 a.m. March 24th. Okay. 20 days later, I am 145.9. So not ton, not a crazy amount. Okay. But definitely I am a jeans size up probably. Okay. And I know that weight didn't go to my ass, which is annoying. It's always, I don't gain weight in my ass. I do have to work for my ass. My ass is built with squats and like sumo squats, hip lifts, like I have to work for my ass. Okay. I gain weight typically in my thighs, in my upper arms, and in my stomach, okay? So I don't know where everything went. I will say there were a few photos that I saw of myself while I was there where I was like, what are my arms doing? Because I know it's not schmuscle, but it will be. I haven't been lifting for 20 days, so it'll be fine. This is fine. This is not a concern, okay? And I'm not going on Ozempic, okay? That's the last fucking thing I'm doing, okay? But I do want to rebuild my muscle up. My muscle's a little rough. Also, side note, I do need new sneakers. Unfortunately, at 28 years old, I need to acknowledge I no longer can wear fun, cute, Veja flat foot sneakers. Nope. I need arch support. I either need to get insoles or I need to get something that ergonomically helps my foot. Because I can't, it's bad. It was bad. Those things, I'm shocked I didn't decimate them, okay? So I need to get some, so I'm going to be on my friend recommended New Balances because they'll scan your foot and tell you which sneakers will be good for your foot. That might be the move. I might have to go to a New Balance store and have them scan my foot and tell me which old lady shoes I need. I really believe in the whole don't let the old in. Like, I'll do whatever the fuck I want for the rest of my life. But, like, we should support the old that is already set in. My feet hate me. I'm on my feet too much. I do 20,000 days too much. The amount of flights I climbed while I was in Japan, deranged, frankly. And sometimes I was lugging my suitcase around I do have a video where it's like, oh, who's gonna help you carry your luggage? Me, bitch. And it's like me with my big ass checked bag lugging it through the stairs. It is funny. My girlfriend is Hoka's and I have On Clouds, but I wish I got Hoka's. Okay, good to know. God, what was the brand that I was looking at? Because I do need new running sneakers. Today I've just been using my my Puma Ferrari ones, but they're not running shoes. They're just like, I like them because there's a lot of padding, so like it doesn't hurt my feet, but they're not good like running shoes, you know? They are they're comfy-ish. They're good like errand shoes. They're good, but they're not like shoes that I think I should be wearing 24/7. I should get something that is probably better fit to my actual foot, you know? Don't get me wrong, the On Clouds are amazing and definitely a step up from having anything I've ever had. I mean, I'll probably look at Hoka's for running, but like I do want like a sneaker that's not a running sneaker, you know, like a daily driver. Because they're part Ferrari, do they slow you down? See, you make that joke, but Ferraris are doing well in the series right now. It's everyone else that's suffering. Side note, guys, I'm probably not going to the Miami Grand Prix. I've thought about it a lot. It's not even just the fact that I've been traveling for 3 weeks, because like there are other trips that I'm trying to plan out. For as much as the series is currently annoying me, when I went to the Japanese Grand Prix, I enjoyed myself mainly because I love Japanese fans, like the fandom that happens at the Japanese Grand Prix, the food situation, the public transport, okay? It really is great, and so I love that a lot. I don't like Miami on a good day. Miami and I do not get along, okay? And so there's that. And then there's also the fact that I have to pay the cost of going to Miami. Almanac, thank you for subscribing. You won the Swell Grand Prix. Then Photoshop pictures of you being Miami. Should I start? Yeah, should I start like, should that be my photo scandal of me at the Miami Grand Prix? I feel bad because there's a lot of creators that are like messaging me like, hey girl, can't wait to meet up at Miami. And I'm like, I don't think I'm going. I just don't like it enough. I got one offer for Miami, but it's like a weird offer that I think they also want me to buy a ticket. So I'm like, well, that defeats the purpose of me doing whatever the fuck I want. So I don't know. Like, it's just not what it is right now. And, you know, I don't like the race. Like, I would put up with Miami in previous years because I love these cars and I love the sport. I don't love the sport right now. You know, like, I love it enough to, like, get through this rough patch. Like, I love it enough to get through this. But it's not, do I love it enough to invest in going to Miami, you know? Like, at least with the Japanese Grand Prix, I was in fucking Japan, you know? Like, I can easily see Japan becoming a yearly race for me. I already plan to go next year. Like, I can see that 100%. Resist Miami. But also think about it this way, guys. If I don't go to Miami, then we get to stream Miami from here. And that's like a decent time for us. So let's see. For Miami, it would be, so it's for the 1st through the 3rd. So practice 1 is 9:30 a.m. Sprint quali is 1:30 p.m. The sprint race is at 9 a.m. Qualifying is 1 p.m. The race is at 1 p.m. for me. Like, those are solid stream times. Like, should we do that? And then at least that way, you know, if it sucks, we can talk shit, you know? And I'm not stuck in the Miami heat. Also, the F1 Academy girls are not racing in Miami. They swapped Miami for Austin. So I was debating doing Austin. I don't even know if I'm going to do Austin now, but Austin's at least a little more affordable for me. Austin makes a little more sense. It is a cost to do Miami, and I don't think it's worth the cost with how I'm feeling about the racing currently, you know? Like, I loved Miami last year as well because we got rain, and so we got a lot of wet races and wet qualifying and stuff. So we actually had like a truly insane sprint race for once last Miami. And I love seeing the F1 Academy girls in the F1 Academy paddock. I don't think, I don't think it's worth it. I think I'm going to not go. I got to do the math because there's a few other events in May. May, June, July. No one's allowed to ask me to do anything. I have too much fucking planned. It's too backed up. The calendar's calendaring. I need to like truly look out everything and like start mapping it out. And I also need to start booking flights because with the current state of things, that's going to be a problem. I may have to start looking at there's definitely gonna be things that I'm gonna have to not do. Like there's a few events that I was like, I'm definitely doing this in January. Those are things that are gonna have to probably be canceled now because the flights alone are going to be like 90% of the budget for that event, and it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Montreal is getting F2 now too. Okay. What's got you disillusioned? The shitty regulations. Let me put it this way. I explained this on the Girly Pop Go TikTok account. I would be more patient, okay, with the new regulations and the new cars. I would be more patient if the FIA and F1 was at all open to acknowledging that there are growing pains with these regulations and these cars, okay? If they were not actively trying to silence drivers for complaining or silence fans, like to hide replies to a tweet complaining about the racing, like that, there's a level of go fuck yourself that I'm like actually really irritated by. If they were like, hey, this is a new thing, we're making a lot of adjustments, it's getting better, but even the commentators can't make references to like, oh, that's horrible, that happened because of the new like manual override system and all of that. It's things like they can't, there's a lack of honesty with the duct tape, if that makes sense. And it's really frustrating because I'm like, if you just acknowledge that, hey, this is going to take some getting used to, they couldn't even acknowledge Ollie's crash, which was which I was in the hairpin for the race. His was at the spoon curve, which was up ahead of me, okay? If they could just acknowledge that crash directly happened because of these regulations, because of the way these cars work now. That's exactly what happened with that crash, okay? He crashed because he was at speed and Franco could not be at speed. He was physically put into downforce mode, or not downforce, what's it called? His car lost speed because the shenanigans, which is outside the driver's control. That's not a thing that he could have controlled. So Ollie crashed, and Franco also could have been crashed into. Like, that's directly, and they can't even acknowledge, like, you're right, this is dangerous. The accident that every single driver on the grid has voiced their concerns about. Hey, what's going to happen when someone who is trying to, like, recharge their battery, when they slip into that, what's going to happen when that happens and someone's going 50 miles per hour faster right behind them and this person has to suddenly slow down? You're not even supposed to move. It's like moving under braking. It's the braking under a safety car when you're in the train, like, and creating a Costantina effect. Like, it's the same shit. Every driver warned about that. And then an accident happens with Ollie. And they're like, we're looking at what happened here. Fuck you. Like, it's really frustrating. Yeah, they're not even going to be fully open and honest about what happened with Ollie. He was limping. He had a contusion on his knee. He's also tall as shit, so he's already crammed in there, okay? When I talked to Edo for Mahindra Racing, he told me how, because he is one of the taller drivers, he is so fucking tall. I think he's the tallest on the Formula E grid, okay? He's one of the tallest I've ever seen, okay? Tallest drivers I've ever seen, okay? Every time he's in the car, he gets bruises on his arms, on parts of his legs, because of the way that he has to sit inside the cockpit for safety, okay? So already, again, which is, of course he has contusion, of course he was fucking limping. He was limping getting on the Shinkansen the next day. Like, it's really frustrating. And that's the problem, where it's like, I love these drivers, I love these cars, I don't love these cars right now, and that's the problem. And I love the sport enough to wait for it, but like, we're not seeing racecraft, and that's something that I really love. I love race strategy, I love racecraft, and we don't get to see that with these current cars and these current regulations. Even qualifying, the reason that some of the drivers get so pissed off in qualifying, or George gets so pissed off about things, is because certain elements of qualifying are being dictated with artificial intelligence, not generative AI, but still. I don't give a shit that it's not generative AI. I want to see drivers and teams making human decisions because that's why I watch fucking Formula One. Okay. They tried to do a different AI series where there was no human inside these cars. It was all AI run, all done by an organization. It was all done by X, Y, and Z. And that serves its purpose, sure, but that's not the same thing. If I wanted to watch that, I would go watch that. I want to see drivers and teams making fucking decisions on the fly. I want to watch a qualifying where someone realizes, holy shit, the mediums are faster, like that one qualifying last year where the Aston Martins realized they got their best times on mediums. And so then the final Q3, everyone was going out on mediums because they would get the better fucking times. Those are things that cannot be predicted until you are on the fucking track. And I'm irritated. So it's things like this. I'm gonna stick it out. I'm gonna hope for changes. I'm gonna hope for, development. Maybe after this break, these teams have been working on these cars. So maybe in Miami we'll have a totally different series. Maybe we'll have a fucking Fernando Alonso on P1. Who knows? Okay. Or Williams at the front. I don't know. But I need things to get better. I need things to get sorted, and I want to hear a driver be excited about this car, not just excited that they won. You know what I'm saying? I want a driver to be like, I am proud of what I did today, and not just be like, yeah, the car's great, And so I'll stick it out. I'll deal with it, but I really don't like it currently. Mario Kart with NPCs, yeah. I feel like the new cars are more dangerous with how they are running. Oh, 100%. 100%. Ollie's crash was direct, again. Ollie's crash 100% happened because of the new regulations. Ollie did everything he could. The best case scenario happened because only Ollie is the one that crashed. The most likely scenario is that Ollie could not react in time and took out him and Franco because Franco had no choice but to decelerate. So thank God Ollie just had a contusion and maybe a concussion. I don't think they've confirmed a concussion. They claimed later that he didn't. But also we know that, teams have lied about drivers having concussions before, The censorship is bullshit. I really don't like it. Yeah, I saw some people opt to drive instead of taking a plane because of how messed up the planes are. Yeah. And I really do think, at least here in the US, things are going to get worse as well with the energy situation, gas, oil. When I was in Japan, a lot of the people that I met that were foreigners that were traveling were from Australia or they were from California. Those were our options, okay? And on my ghost tour, one of the Australian couples that I was talking to, they were like, yeah, it's, because I lead with, I don't want to be fucking there. I don't like that fucking guy. I led with that. And you know what? Everyone met me accordingly. Everyone was like, yeah, fuck him. I was like, great. Okay. Everyone met me, responded in kind. It was great. Okay. But we were talking and I was like, yeah, it's I have a feeling this is going to be my last trip for the foreseeable future. It's not even global conflict, prices are bad. And they openly were like, yeah, it is cheaper to be here than to be in Australia right now and dealing with the energy crisis in Australia. Is straight up what they told me. They were like, it is easier and cheaper to be here in another country. So they lie. So at least for Vegas, so Formula One, Las Vegas Grand Prix 2024, when Franco was driving for Williams, he had a really bad crash during qualifying, I believe. Okay. So he later said directly, after the race, that he was told to lie to the medical examiner to hide his concussion symptoms so that he would be cleared to race. Because in that instance, that was because because Franco qualified in the car, If he had not been medically cleared, they could not put anyone else in the car. There was no reserve driver that they could have put in because whoever competes in qualifying has to complete in the race itself, okay? So he later lied. This was dangerous as fuck because he had a concussion, and if he had been hit again, that could have, in fact, killed him, among other things, okay? So that's one of the reasons. There's been a lot of other instances where multiple drivers have said, like, oh yeah, no, I was told to hide this injury, I was told to hide this concussion. It's usually down the line. That was probably the first time, at least in my instance of watching, where he clearly felt bad about hiding it. He clearly was not comfortable with hiding it, which I think is why he admitted it to the media as soon as the race was done. Like, that was like his first, yeah, I have a concussion, they told me not to talk about it. like he openly did that. But it is what it is. I think I'll enjoy Miami more if I'm not there. I think I'll be more productive. I mean, I have so much to edit from Japan as well. I have so much work to do. It might be the move to stay here. Didn't you admit to also faking other driver signatures? Probably. Watch every race, and now I'm just like, God, I gotta watch this race. Yeah, after Japan, like, even sitting there watching these cars, like, before the hairpin, to hear the cars, to hear the sounds they were making when they decelerated going into the hairpin, to see them, like, it sounded like the cars were scared. Like a dead ass. Like the sounds, like it was like they were like trying to get themselves ready to go around the corner is literally how it sounded in person. And I was like this could be like, and there was a lot of tight battles. There were a few like insane overtakes being made in those moments, but like so much of it is just like luck of the draw with the cars. And I just don't love it. Save for Japan again. Stay, recover. Save for Japan again. Yeah, exactly. Sound with new regulations, yeah. To the company, sponsor? What do you mean? For lying? No, they don't usually. The damage is done. No, you get a penalty if you swear on camera. You get a penalty if you insult the FIA. You know? I'm currently right now just trying to get more into F1 Academy while F1 sorts this shit out. I mean, I'm also frustrated with F1 Academy in different ways right now. I already talked about that in the first race. I'm still going to support the girls. Dorianne, there's talks of Dorianne getting a test drive with an F1 car with the Mercedes, which is very exciting. That's a huge deal. She confirmed it. So that would be really cool. She'd be the first woman in the F1 car, in like a modern F1 car for testing since Jessica Hawkins in 2023. Yes. So that would be really, really cool. Yes, lying. Oh no. Because they can't, it's one of those like he said things type of things. I don't think there was any penalty for Williams at the time. It was also the end of the season, so it's like, what are we penalizing at this point? So yeah, probably not doing Miami unless like a brand or unless a brand or a team is like, hey, we'd love for you to be in our garage. Can you get yourself out here? That would be one thing. Or a brand is like, hey, we have a hotel room for you. Like, that's one thing. Like, if someone can offset the cost of the flight and make it worth the trip itself, maybe I'll go. That's really it, though. Like, everything else. Because also, I have this other cost as well. So, boarding Hermes is one of the bigger costs for myself, obviously. He is my dog. I love him. I want him taken care of. He does very well at boarding. As I said, he barely reacted. He acted as if I had been gone for a weekend and not 3 weeks. He loves it there. He enjoys his time there. He gets along with the work. I come back to America and I start getting spam calls again. Actually, go fuck yourself. So, And so like it is a cost, but like it's the biggest cost of me traveling for work. And there were times last year where I was like, I can't go anywhere. I can't do this event for a video. You guys obviously didn't hear about it, but I couldn't do that event because the cost of boarding Hermes would be too much with my budget. Because that's also, boarding Hermes is not part of my business expenses. I cannot write off taking him to boarding. That's a personal cost for my work life and my travel life, which is fine. That's my responsibility. I'm a dog owner, but it is something that I do have to think about. And there are times where I'm like, I can't do this trip. So it's one of those things where it's like, even for an event has to make sense. An event has to make sense financially in a bunch of different ways, but it also has to make sense for when I end up getting my paycheck from Swell Entertainment later, am I going to have the cost of boarding factored into that? Because I do have to technically like not pay myself back, but it has to make sense in the budget, you know? Doggy boarding school. In a perfect world, I would love for Hermes to get used to like a friend that could also stay in the apartment and like house sit and take care of him. I would still pay them. It would probably be like a different program of some sort, because I would also be like, you don't have to spend the night, you don't have to do X, Y, and Z. But like he does much better alone here. But like even someone just coming in and spending time with him and taking care of him like that, I would prefer that, because I would like for him to be able to stay in his home. I think that would be much less, jarring. However, he hates everyone, and most of my friends can't fit that work setup right now, Doesn't mean it's free. No, but it's a way to justify it a lot more. It's easier to justify the expensive for the business, because like the spending money to make money type of thing does work a lot in the content creator space. And yes, it does not make it free, obviously, but it makes it, I can justify it easier when it's a work expense. Going to Open Sauce again? I would like to. They haven't contacted me. Someone reached out and asked if they could use some of my vlog footage, the B-roll from the event. I was like, yeah, sure, that's fine. So maybe I'll get another invite. I gotta check it on the calendar and see where it fits into things. I would love to go again. I have a lot of fun at Open Sauce, and I have no intention of going to VidCon or TwitchCon this year. So that would be like my one creator event. I'm still not sure if I'm doing Cannes Lions again. I would like to. I was talking with the Cannes Lions creators people. I got to follow up with them. But that would be going to France. And that's... Do I want to be in Europe with the current state of things, So, we'll see. Can it be a gremlin relocation fee as a tax write-off? No. Pets are personal expenses, yeah. Which, like, it's fine. He's my dog. I can afford him. That is a thing. Like, it's a thing I can afford. But it's a thing where it's like, okay, does it make sense to stay here? Like, it's more like weighing the expenditure towards the intent, towards the, work itself. If that makes sense, So, okay. Anyways, this was not the point of this. I wanted to show you guys the thing that's going to be... So basically, Wilted Roses, you won the Swell Grand Prix. Thank you for subscribing. Sorry, I haven't been tuning into your Twitch the last few months. I've been trying to keep a healthy sleep schedule in a EU, and I hope you have been well. That's okay, Wilted Roses. I literally just did the first stream back yesterday because I just got back yesterday from 3 weeks in Japan, so there's been no streams for 20 days. Anyways, when I was in Japan, I want to add something here. Okay? Do you see hanging Charles Leclerc? Do you see him? Okay? So I'm thinking of I'm thinking a braid with ribbon or a chain of some sort that I make. I don't know yet. However, in Japan, originally for the first week, I barely spent any money on things. I bought a program from the race and I bought my regular magnet, okay? Then I went to Arashiyama, okay? And I bought this dude. This is the Arashiyama mascot. Okay, this is the bridge. Okay, this is the mascot. Japan loves a mascot. Okay, it's one of the little quirks of the country that I find endearing. They love a mascot. Some of the things I'm going to go through, you're going to be like, wow. Okay, so this is literally the woman that sold this to me said, that's Arashiyama's mascot. I was like, I know. In fact, there was a giant suit that someone could go inside of that looked like this man. They, at least while I was there, no one was in it. See, you can see here on the tag. Let me see if I'll zoom. This is their mascot. It's of their bridge. Okoshi Asu Arashiyama. Okay. Okay. So I got this and I was like, wait, this could be a new collection. So I then started buying, if I'm going to buy a plushie for myself, it has to be a keychain plushie, because then I can collect the mascots and display them behind me. Okay? And this is another way, because I will say there were times where there were mascots and there were no magnets. So I was like, this is fun. So I then went a little overboard. So I bought trinkets. Trinkets. I'm going to make a rope for my trinkets. So this is the one from Arashiyama. Then that same day, we went to Nara. Here is the Nara. This is the deer. The Nara deer. This is from the official Nara gift shop. I love him. The cutest. Its tummy is a little puffy because of all the crackers that they ate. I did not get bit by a deer, which I find it fascinating that a lot of people were like, oh, the reality of Nara is the deers get you. The deers were chill, but also our guide told us a very clear what we should do with the deer if we ran out of crackers. I never even got crackers. I never bought any. If you bow to the deer, okay, so the deer will bow to you if you bow to the deer. But if they come at you and you're out of crackers, you go, no more. No more. And you show that your hands are empty. And they leave you the fuck alone. And I kid you not, that fucking worked. They were like, oh, she doesn't have crackers. That worked. Yes, I cried about it, Creeper. We talked about this yesterday. Are you a Disney princess? Or are you a Disney princess? No, I'm not a Disney princess. And some unicorns. Look like we taught our dogs the sign for finish. You spook the deer? No. They don't jump, but like clapping. It's just to show like, look, there's nothing in my hands. It's like the motion of like, look, I'm not hiding anything. And it's not like they jump back. They're just like, okay. And like literally move along. Okay. Then, same day. I went to Fushinari, the shrine. Okay? Side note, Jesus fucking Christ. So many fucking people. So many fucking people. Oh my God. Like, and it's one thing. There is this fascinating thing that I do find with traveling now. Okay? And I've seen a lot of people talk about this. People have always taken photos while traveling. That's not a new thing. However, the concept of getting the photo has become extremely popular in the social media era. Okay? Fushinari Shrine is often called the Hinge Factory. Hinge Photo Factory now. Because many men will get a photo in front of the torii gates. Fushinari Shrine, I believe I'm saying this correctly. This is where they have like, I believe it's a few thousand torii gates that you can walk through. It's very cool. I very much love it. I think it's very fun. It's very cool. But what's not fun about it is people stopping the flow of traffic of walking through these torii gates to get photos. And I'm not even talking like influencers, like everyday, regular people stopping people walking so that they can get photos for whatever, okay? Which is frustrating as well because, I'm a content creator. I'm not going to sit here and be like, don't get content. However, I think it's disrespectful when a shrine is also a place of worship And people, there are people that are there to do their, worshiping and pray to, their god or their shrine, whatever, do their blessings, whatever. And you're being you're halting the flow of traffic, like it's like a tourist spot, but it's also a place of worship, and so it's a lot. Anyways, here is, at the Fushinari Shrine, they have a lot of these. These are the foxes that are watching the shrine. I was hoping for one that had the grain in its mouth because I really liked that one. Because a lot of them, this is the god of rice, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. Shintoism has like a bajillion gods. But I believe this was to represent, no. This is the messenger of the gods, but Fushinari is the god for rice. Yes, I'm remembering that correctly, I think. Anyways, so a lot of them would have like grain, rice grain, things like that in their mouth. And they did not have any with that. I thought that would be fun, but alas, it's a kitsune. Yes. So I got one of these. And then right here as well was a Chikawa shop. So I got the Chikawa specific. As you can see, there's a torii gate. They're matching. Look how cute they match. Isn't that so fun? So I got those. Then, let's see, was it this one? No. A few days later, I went to the manga museum and they have their mascot. I kid you not, there was nothing else I wanted in that shop. They did not have magnets, but they had, this little guy was everywhere. I was taking photos of him on everything. He's a pen. I'm obsessed with him. Mom, you. He has a little scarf thing. I'm obsessed with him. He's not an actual pen. He just looks like a pen. But I'm obsessed with him. Okay? Then, let's see what was next. Probably, okay, I have a couple of things that are related to Mount Fuji. Obviously, I talked about this. Mount Fuji is my girlfriend. Okay? Okay? So, I did go to the Monchichi store. Retro, you won the Swell Grand Prix. Thank you. I went to the Studio Ghibli store. I went to the Monchichi store. And there wasn't anything that particularly got me at both of those. Okay? Side note, does Studio Ghibli hate Howl from Howl's Moving Castle? Why is Howl on literally no merchandise? I talked to Anarchy and I was like, hey, what do you want? Do you want anything from the Studio Ghibli store? And she was like, oh, let me know if they have any Howl stuff. And I messaged her while I was there and I was like, do they hate Howl? And she was like, dude, there's never any Howl stuff. I figured they might have something there. Too ugly? I don't know. For your new relationship. It had a real cap. Goodbye. You're fine. Anyways, when I was at the Mount Fuji gift shop, okay, I found a Mount Fuji exclusive Monchichi. Why did I want a Monchichi? So when I was a baby, I was born with a full head of hair. Okay? So my nickname as a kid was Monchichi. Monchichi, Monchichi, oh, soft and cuddly, Monchichi. It's not a rights issue, it's their company. It's their stuff. Why would it be a rights issue? That's their, they have everything else from Howl's Moving Castle. They just don't have anything with Howl on it. It's their picture. So, Fuji-san, Monchichi, very cute. Cats and dogs. They did have a lot of the characters that were cats and such. So, Fuji-san, Monchichi. We also have these two. Regular Fuji-san, Fuji-san during Sakura season. There's a lot of these. These are everywhere. These things are fucking everywhere. You could find these anywhere in Japan, truly. These ones. Yukio is a snow human. These are Yukios, I believe. They have the elevation of Mount Fuji on the back, which I thought was fun. Okay, we also have this. Mount Fuji. I have a magnet that looks exactly like this too. They had a matching magnet. I really did. I bought a lot from the Mount Fuji store, but I really did restrain myself. Like you don't understand. There was a mug there too that I had to physically stop myself from buying. Like I would have cleared out that gift shop. It was bad. I had to physically stop myself. Okay. Then let me see what's next. Probably this one. No. Was it this one or this one? Okay, it's one of these two. Anyways, you guys know Don Quixote? Don, Donkey, Donkey, Quixote. Anyways, the theme song's gonna be in my fucking nightmares. Anyways, this is their little mascot guy. I was like, I need that. I also very much restrained myself in Don Quixote. I really only bought things that I had tried before that I knew I liked. And then like a few new products that I saw recommended. And then the mochi. That was really it. I bought something for my dad. Then I went to the Giants versus Swallows game. So here is the Giants mascot. Look at his little baseball uniform. Look at him. It was very fun. They also had the mascots. They had multiple mascots running around. They had like 3 mascots, and then they had the cheerleaders. Like, Japan is doing baseball better than us. They just are. All right, then. Yeah, this was second class. So I went to Sanrio Puroland. Now, something that I did not buy that I do wish I had, and I did see them after, and I still was like, no, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I wish that I had bought any one of the Sanrio characters that were not at Sanrio Puroland, any of the Sanrio shops. They had the Sanrio characters in kimono. And I thought they were so cute, and I stopped myself from buying one every single time because I was like, well, I'm going to Sanrio Puroland. Like, if maybe they'll have them there. Like, let me hold off on buying anything Sanrio. Same with Disney. I didn't buy anything Disney outside of Disneyland because I went to Disneyland Sea. So this is the Sanrio Puroland exclusive look. All of the characters were in like their style. This is Kuromi. I love Kuromi. Kuromi's my favorite Sanrio character. I'm a basic bitch. Okay? She's purple. What did you expect? So this is her Sanrio outfit for Puroland outfit. So I got that. However, I do wish I had bought the one of her in the kimono because it was very cute. And I saw it at literally every single Sanrio store aside from inside Sanrio Puroland. So they had Puroland specific items. Okay, I got like a magnet as well. I got a magnet as well. She's not on the magnet, but it's Hello Kitty and a few others. But they're in like a ryokan and they're like having tea. It's very cute. So I got that. But I do wish that I had bought. I did see them again even at the airport, but it was before I went through security. And so I was like, I don't want to add more to my bag just in case, you know. But it was very cute. Love the Powerpuff. I also bought this in Japan. Anarchy's not in chat, right? Okay, I bought her something similar. No one... Shh. Supposedly, I get to go to her place tonight and give her and Chris the things I bought them because they're out of tax jail. The tax jail... which is the bag. When you buy something in Japan, if you get a tax break, okay, they put it in tax jail, which is like a plastic bag that is sealed. If it's opened, they charge the taxes back, basically. You're not supposed to use them while they're in Japan. So everything was in tax jail, okay? But now I'm back in the United States, so everything's out of tax jail. Thank you for following. Duty-free stuff, exactly. So there's a lot. It's one of the reasons as well. Well, you technically always have to have your, passport with you if you are traveling, if you're a foreigner in Japan. But it's also one of those things where it's like a lot of places will give you a discount, the 10% off. And, you know, if you have your passport, you do have to have your passport. So it is nice. I preferred it also when I was in the mall. Like certain malls, it would be like, hey, so you buy everything and then you go to the tax-free counter and then they like literally give you the yen back for the taxes. Like they calculate it all that way. So that was nice. If there was ever a time where I was using my credit card only for things, because there was a lot of times I was using my credit card and then I could like get yen back and use yen. Japan is still a yen and coin society. The cash is king. So always have cash on you. I just came to my exchange here. Never exchanged at the airport, although everyone that I've seen that lives in Japan, it's like if you ever need to do exchange, just go to a conveni. Like most of the convenience stores have a decent exchange rate for cash, so there is that. I'm not going to VidCon if it would save my fucking life. I was bored as shit last time I went. I was there for 2 hours. Swell spitting truth. So there's that. Then I went to exactly one Pokemon Center. Last time, if you guys remember, I went to about 7. We were hunting for Pokemon Centers. Like one of our, like 2 whole days in Tokyo were spent hunting for Pokemon Centers, okay? Or like around Japan, we're hunting for Pokemon Centers. So this time, I only went to 1. I didn't even mean to. I just found it. Because my last day in Japan, I went to 3 museums. And then after the last one, I was like, you know what, let me go walk around and like see if I can find food. So I ended up at the Tokyo Skytree Mall. No, I didn't go to the Tokyo Skytree. I went to the mall around it. And there is a Pokemon Center inside the Tokyo Skytree with a Pokemon Skytree exclusive. So I got the exclusive Skytree Pikachu. They also had a big plushy version, but I was like, nope, we're sticking with the theme. I love them. I will admit, the only thing that I regret is on my last night in Japan, because I had bought this, my For You page started showing me all the other Japan exclusive, Pokemon Center exclusive Pikachus. And that at the Tokyo DX store, there was a Sakura and a kimono Pikachu. I'm really upset I didn't go and get those. So there is an airport one. I didn't love the Haneda airport one, so I didn't buy it. It was only the huge one that I saw. Last time I went to Japan, okay, we did not go to Mount Fuji last time we were in Japan. But one of my lovely viewers was like, oh, I knew I bought more for this reason because I was bummed in the video on the Pokemon Center video. There is a video on Pokemon Centers on the channel if you guys want to go see it. Someone was like, I was bummed because I was like, I didn't know there was a Mount Fuji exclusive Pikachu. And so one of my viewers sent me and Scootish the Mount Fuji exclusive Pikachu. So Scootish got one and I got one. Isn't he precious? Like, it's perfect. Does he come out? No. He is stitched on there. But I like that it's a flat bottom. It's a little, there's like a cardboard piece in there. So it can sit perfectly on the desk, which is nice. I don't really have, maybe I need another shelf, but like you guys can't even see the top shelf. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll just stick you for here for now so I can see you. There we go. But that's all the... Da, 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 da. Like it's a fish. Have you seen the... Yeah, Scootish was like, so we're going to Chicago, right? I was like, I know, I gotta check the dates. I do want to see the natural history. Where it has a hat? Chikawa, your tag. I also am not sure if I want to remove the tags or not from these. I probably will, and I'll just like keep them in a box off to the side. Because I do like some of their Tags. I don't know what happened to yours. Where'd your tag go? Did they take it? I don't even know. Did I take advantage of the weak yen, or did the weak yen take advantage of me? Trinket power. Okay. It's for a whole year, so you got time. Like, it actually is. It's really funny. So I'm thinking like a braided ribbon that I can hook all of them on. Because I like the idea of them not being super close like this. I do like the idea of them being a little strung out. So I feel like a braid makes the most sense because then I can loop it through the different loops, you know? My favorite Pokemon is Bulbasaur because I'm basic and I love Bulbasaur. I did look. Someone said there was Sakura Bulbasaur, but I did not find any at the one Pokemon Center I went to, which was a bummer. Definitely next time I do Japan, because this time around I really prioritized. Last time we prioritized a lot of nerd stuff. This time, obviously, I still started with cars both times, and I still did nerd stuff. But I really prioritized like tours and history and cultural things. And I really enjoyed myself a lot with that. What I want to do next time is I really want to prioritize like workshops with various artisans in Japan. Like I would love to do like I know that there's some like workshops with like the indigo dyers and stuff. Like I think that's really cool. Or like I want to do like an actual like the learning the tea ceremony and all of that. And like learning how to properly make matcha. I think that'd be fun. There's like weavers. There's one, I saw one that was like how, that was like a dyeing workshop for like their specific type of dyeing and things like that. I think that would be really fun. I know there was a chopstick making class that Sparkly was like, oh, look, you can do this. But I decided not to because I was prioritizing other things this trip. It's not that I wish I would have done that because I think it's fine that I didn't. I just like the idea. Sometimes I like being in like a mindset for things, you know? But yeah. Like dead workshop, that was real lost. No, it was not a dying workshop. Let's see. Is Anarchy still live? Because I know she was streaming. No, she's still live. She's playing Stardew. Okay, good. For recycling old kimonos, yeah. I found this love, I took a photo of it. I posted on Instagram, but I took a photo. There was this place in Harajuku oops. I would love to go back there when I'm in like I am buying things mood, because I was buying things and I did buy something obviously, but I was extremely restricting myself obviously, because my no buy. But I went to in Harajuku, I was like just walking through some of the streets and I found this little kimono spot that had like modern takes on kimono they were really beautiful and they were like really stylish. And side note, while you're there, you totally can rent a kimono. Like, they do not care. Cultural appropriation is not a thing there about it. They're like, we don't mind. Most people don't wear kimono, like in day-to-day out there. They do not mind foreigners renting shops. If anything, you're keeping, like, the artisans and people making kimonos, like, in work is literally what I was told. So, let's see, where is it? Kimono Arch, like literally kimono, and then ARCH. Can I pull up their website? Do they have a website? I know they have an Instagram. Yes, they do. If anything, they'd love to appropriate other cultures. Yeah. So here, let me show you. Window capture. Window capture. This is the website. But they had like a lot of beautiful pieces. There was also just not the colors that they had at the time was also just not something that I was willing to look at. But they have like, this is all woven. And it's definitely not cheap. Like it was expensive shit. I'm not gonna pretend this wasn't expensive. But they were like beautiful pieces. But what I did buy is they had flowers that were made with recycled fabric from their kimonos because they want to like, they don't want to have any waste. So when they have styles that they have like the scrappings, they made flowers out of the kimono fabric. So I bought some of those. And those were really fun. So, but they just had, they were both in their kimonos. It was very beautiful. It was very fun. Very fun. They didn't have any green while I was in there. Green or purple was like the colors I was restricting myself to, obviously. So, but they had like these, this set is very cool. I really like this set. It looks comfy. Yeah, like this is woven. That's green. I like that. Just fun. I liked it. Their shop was beautiful. They were like very kind. Which that's the funny thing. Whenever I'm like, oh, I had no issues. Like everyone was really kind. Someone was like, yeah, that's because you're a foreigner. They're kind. They're nicer to you. And I was like, I don't know about that, but. Oh, by the way, they just announced the Beach Read casting. I don't like Gus. Phoebe Devanore is cast as January. I'm fine with that. I don't like the casting for Gus. I'm not happy about it. It's the Schwarzenegger kid. I don't think he can deliver what I want from that character. I don't think he can do it. I don't think he's talented enough. And also he doesn't have a look, which is a bummer. It's a bummer because I loved the casting for People We Meet on Vacation. It was perfect casting. Let's see. I did. I was crying in Japan a lot because of it. I enjoy your 2 videos. Hello, thank you. I'll treat my family Americans when we move there. I mean, there's definitely anti-foreigner sentiment that, like, at least for things like housing and things like that. But in my day-to-day treatment, I did not have issues, I will say. But again, I was also visiting. So I was not trying to get employment or housing there. I just booked a hotel. So I'm not going to claim that I know the sentiment for people that are actually living and working there, you know? Yes, I did. I crashed out a little bit because I looked at all the space trash that we have left in space over the Earth compared to the last photo we took from space, and it irked me. The colors look duller. What did we do to her? There's a level of haze around the Earth, and I'm like, I know those are those fuck-ass satellites. Oh, link the website? Yeah, here, let me link Kimono. The space trash is devastating. Send me up. I'll help clean it up. Well, it's the thing. It's like so many like satellites, we just leave there. Like when they're decommissioned, they don't come down. It's like, oh, we're officially decommissioning this satellite. We're officially decommissioning this rover. It's just there. We have 2 Outlook accounts and neither are working. Yeah. Yes, Godzilla -0 hits November 6th. Let's go. That'd be part of it, but if it's the photo I think you're talking about, part of it is the photo was taken on an iPhone. Also about film camera. I know what I saw. And what I saw was some fuck-ass space trash. Or we can be covered in our trash. Yeah. Swami, thank you for the bid. Sorry if I didn't say it already. I can't remember. Made a video about how we might trap ourselves on Earth with said space junk. Fun. Hate that. Of it came out 5 days ago. Let's see. Okay, so right now Grok has Twitter and Grok has like an auto translation feature right now. And is it 100% accurate? No. However, I will admit, I very much enjoyed Japanese Twitter. Okay? There's always been like a, hey, translate this tweet option, but a lot of tweets that are normally not translated are showing, are like for example, something would be like quote tweeted or reshared, or something would be retweeted by someone else, and it was in another language and you could translate it. But however, because things are being auto-translated already into your target language, keywords are much more accurate to those tweets. So like you're getting a lot of things that like you're normally interested in from other languages and other countries, which I personally really like because I'm nosy as shit. I've also been very much liking Portuguese Twitter. But it's very interesting to see people be like, hello, Japan, please tell me, what would this plate of sushi cost? Here, let me show you. What would this plate of sushi cost over there? This is the equivalent of 4,765 yen. Side note, on your Apple phone, on your iPhone, I don't know if this happens other words. I was using this for like on the spot conversion, but you can use your app, your calculator app, as a converter. I don't know how accurate it is right now, but right now it would be 4,765 yen is about $30 US, okay, according to this. I don't know how accurate that is. The Google one is much more accurate because it's like tracking the market. A little more accurate is my understanding, but this was good for on the spot. Someone said that would be maybe $15 at Cura and it looks Kura tier. So Kura sushi, we do have Kura here as well. It's like the revolving sushi bar, which isn't necessarily bad for the price we were talking. You can get something like my photo from there. The fake grass is because it was takeout. Hermes, I hear you chewing on something. Hey, stop. No, seriously, what are you getting at? I don't know. Okay, hang on. Let me use the bathroom break real fast. I'll be back. Hello, I have goldfish. So not everything translates really well. So not everything is auto-translated, but I like this one. You can even buy it at a 100 yen shop. By the way, on Amazon, you can get a plate like this for that price. If you bring it out at a party or something, everyone would probably be delighted, right? I love the idea of, yes, bring the bridge. Bring out the sushi bridge. Someone said that's like saying how much is a steak really? If someone showed you a picture of a normalized size ribeye and asked you roughly how much it costs where you live, are you going to have an idea of how much it would cost? Or are you going to say it's a total mystery and could cost anything? I can go to Kroger next door and buy a shoe leather ribeye for $10. Actually, not everything auto-translates. Around 2,500 yen at this conveyor belt sushi place from Kyoto last week, depending on quality of the tuna. Yeah, it's not even in Kura. It's a different place. Yeah, 640. Then we get into 1,100. 470. Like, these are all yen, by the way. These are prices. It's just a snack. I was going to take my dad to dinner last night to thank him for picking me up from the airport because he drove out from OC. And then he was like, I originally wanted to go to this ramen shop near my place, but they weren't open till 5. And so we ended up going to this Chinese place not too far from me. And he was like, I was like, or we can go to the one that's a little closer. He was like, no. So he added things to the bill. It really wasn't that bad. For both of us, it was $70. I still was willing to pay it, but he was like, no, I'm going to buy it. But anyways, we got garlic, the string, they have big portions, which is great. I always order, I haven't ordered from them in a while. But when at my old apartment especially, I would order from their Hollywood location a lot. I'm not telling you the name of it because there's only so many locations. But they have big portions. So it'd be good because I would order takeout and I would get like dinner and lunch the next day. So I have string beans, garlic sauteed string beans. I'm going to have that. And then I have some of the enoki beef rolls that I actually prepped before I left. Those are still in my freezer, so I'm going to make those. And I have rice. I'm not going to BookCon. I could not get tickets. And I forgot to email them to see if they could give me a review ticket. So no, I will not be at BookCon. Also, isn't this weekend LA Book Fair? I'm going to the Ren Fair at some point this weekend, which is nice. I remember there was drama about BookCon being the same. Is it this one? Yeah, April 18th and 19th. Yeah, this weekend. The Festival of Books. I don't know how packed it's going to be because a lot of people are obviously at BookCon instead. A lot of people were annoyed at BookCon for changing the weekends. Hi. Boop. Maybe I take the metro and I really try and like I try and keep the train magic alive with the current state of gas. Maybe I do that if I go to the book fair. God, let me see. Could I take it from here? I want you to know I wanted to look up. So I went to the LA Metro website, and they have a where to section, okay? And you put in the starting point and where you're trying to go. Tell me why it just popped up Google Maps. I could have just pulled up Google Maps. Why did you do that? The way I was like, oh, I'll just do Google Maps, and I was like, no, let me check the LA Metro website first. I would have just done Google Maps. Why did you do it that way? That was weird. Also, both of the, see, this is the thing. I watched a video from Chris Abroad in Japan, okay? Chris Broad and Sea Dog, okay? And both of them, they talked about like things that they don't like about Japan now because they've been there for so long. And they both said that like it actually makes it harder to go back home, like back to the UK for them, because things just work in Japan. There's a level of efficiency that you get used to being in Japan, and things being timely and working. Like things work. I don't think I ever waited more than 2 minutes past the time that a train was supposed to be there for a train to arrive. Same with the buses. Meanwhile, for both of these tracks, constructions for both of these tracks that it is telling me that I can take. Like, okay, directions. Yeah, both say they're under construction. Why is it trying to get me to take a bus when I could just take the metro? I don't. Okay, it does say it would be $1.75. I may have to do this. This might be a good test. This might be a good test. Do I need a Metro card? Can I use my like Apple Wallet? Fares. A regular ride is $1.75. Use tap to pay and ride for free after 3 rides in 1 day and 11 rides in a week. Oh, that's good to know. We shall see. No, it's saying tap to pay. Prices are for one way. Learn more. Let me see. No, okay, so it is tap. Oh no, pay with a tap card, Apple Wallet, tap, or cash. You can use Apple Wallet. Okay, supposedly I can get one at located ticket vending machine. Let's see. Yeah. The Android probably. Where is my street on here? Not all passes are available at Tap vending machine. Okay. Thank you for following, Rapper. We do not have a light rail. Tap cards must have a barcode to reload fare at these locations. Read about barcode tap cards. Okay, I can maybe get one here, which is down the street from me. Maybe I'll investigate today. There's also just the smartphone. I can use the Tap app on my smartphone. Tap app. The way it's not even popping up. Metro. Why did that not pop up first? I don't think it's orange. I could also go to a Ralph's. I have dropped a goldfish. My vacuum cleaner is downstairs. Good to know. Oh yeah, one thing that I saw. Supposedly, there is a measles outbreak in Japan right now. I feel fine. I do have my measles vaccine, but I swear to God, if I get fucking measles from Japan, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed. When would I know if I had measles? Hold on. When would I know I had measles? Mayo Clinic. Measles, also called rubiola, was once a common childhood illness. It's caused by a virus that spreads easily through the air and settles on surfaces. A vaccine can prevent measles infection. Most people recover from measles in about 10 days. It doesn't cause long-term medical issues. It usually doesn't cause long-term medical issues, but measles can be serious and even deadly. This is especially true for children younger than 5, people with severely weakened immune systems. Measles is treated by managing symptoms and preventing complications. Getting a measles vaccine, one recommended to keep the virus from spreading. Because of vaccination, measles hasn't been common in the United States. Causes a blotchy rash and maybe shades of red. Yeah, I have no rashes or anything. Symptoms: fever, which can be as high as 105 degrees, dry cough, runny nose. The first symptoms usually are, okay, measles symptoms can show up around 7 to 14 days after contact with the virus. Fuck. Can you get tested for that? Probably. Can you? Guess who's masking at the Ren Fair? Okay. I really don't think I did. I didn't go to any bars. I'm very on top of, like, cleanliness. I didn't touch anything crazy. I'm good about not touching my face. I don't think I have anything. I was not in close contact with anyone, aside from on trains, which sure could be part of the problem of what's breeding everything. That probably is, like, there was talks about, like, how Japan became, like, an epicenter, parts of Japan became an epicenter for COVID outbreaks and stuff. a lot of it is probably the public transportation system because some people use it. So it's like avoiding COVID but getting scurvy. Dude, if I get fucking scurvy. Okay, let me see if I can. Should I go get tested for measles? It probably wouldn't be if I got something. So I was there for 3 weeks. So like if I'd gotten it early, I probably would have shown something. Dry cough, runny nose, red watering eyes called conjunctivitis. Okay, I've got none of that. About 2 to 3 days after the first symptom, you may also see tiny white spots inside the mouth called Koplik spots. About 3 to 5 days after symptoms first start, or about 14 days after you come into contact with the virus, it's common to see a rash. The rash is made up of large flat spots and small raised bumps. God, is that why those okay. So when I came through immigration in Seattle, there was a public health desk. They were like, hi, would you like to get swabbed? It's for public health. And I was like, nope, because I wanted to get through security. Were they trying to track measles? They wouldn't have been able to tell me. It's like they were just doing swabs and then like they would send them off later probably to track to make sure no one had contact with anything. They weren't going to be like, you have measles, you know. I don't think I have measles. Let me go see. Hang on. Can I get tested for measles? Okay, this is saying to only get tested once you have symptoms, like the rash, for the highest accuracy. 0 to 3 days of rash onset. I have no rash. There was a measles outbreak, small one, at one of the national parks in Hawaii. And they know that there was a measles outbreak, mainly because one of the first signs was someone who was vaccinated got measles. And did not believe that they had any contact with someone who had measles, basically. And again, I'm vaccinated. I'm up to date on all my vaccines. If I get fucking measles, I'm going to be pissed. Our body is constantly maintaining scars with vitamin C. So if you're out of it, all the scars open up. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, basically everything is like, until you have symptoms, like, don't bother. No one coughed around me, I will say. I will say in Japan, covering your mouth when you're coughing, that's not as common as you would think. I don't know if that's a side effect of because they are a very common mask society, where even before COVID, they were big on masking. Same with, I literally heard I heard Australian people being like, why are foreigners masking? That's like Japan's thing. Like while I was on the train. It's very weird. But like, I witnessed many a cough from a Japanese child. like it, and grown adult people. Like that was crazy. I don't trust people. Yeah. I do not think I have scurvy, chat. There were a handful of times that, like, people saw I was not Asian and did put masks on around me. Just a handful of times. Which I also was like, I don't blame them. There are some people that do say that for some foreigners, our perfumes or like our body oils and things like our products can have more fragrances in them, which can be upsetting to them because they're not used to it. Therefore, that could be the masking thing. So who knows? You guys, I don't really give a shit. It's fine. Like, I still wore my perfume like I normally do, but I, like, went lighter with it. But still, could have been that. Who knows? They could have expected that that's what it was going to be. Who knows? Again, it takes a lot to offend me. I'm an interloper in their country. Like, okay. No one spit at my feet and called me a stupid foreigner. Like, that's a win. True. Our health secretary is trying to revive all eradicated diseases. I am creating my Tap account. Watch me come back. Hey guys, so that fucking sucked. Whoops. Sorry, I'm filling this out. So if I run out of something, I usually go without teehee in the one palatable flavor emergency is rare in some areas. That's fair. I literally had emergency again today. I like the pomegranate one I tried. I got a variety pack from Costco. So I just finished another one of my like regular citrus ones. I'm going to try the cherry one next. And then I have one more pack of the orange ones. Chat, I don't think I have scurvy. A Tap account has been created. Yay. God, my neck is driving me crazy. The flight, I got an upgrade on my flight, which was nice. Granted, I got an upgrade on a flight with a child running circles next to me. But I don't know if it was lugging my bag around, my shoulder's giving me trouble. I think this is where I normally had, like, my arm. This one's giving me trouble a little bit. I'm just sore, you know? Beach read, Emily Henry. They cast Patrick Schwarzenegger as Gus Everett, so I changed my rating to 1 star. Honestly, valid. Oh yeah, sorry. So someone was talking about how manga is more affordable in Japan than like buying it here. I did buy books in Japan. You know what I bought? I bought a few mass market paperbacks, baby. And you know what? They were extremely affordable compared to here. I would do it again. I would do it again. I don't have them up here, they're downstairs. Just bought a few, nothing crazy. But like it was funny because I actually met someone at the bookstore when she was checking me out, and she was like, "Oh, where are you from? That's American, right? Where are you from? From America?" I was like, "Oh, I'm from LA." And she was like, "Oh, I grew up in Sherman Oaks." And I was like, "Oh, what brought you out here?" And she was like, "Oh, I was in finance. I came out here for a job after college." And then now she works at the bookstore. She's like retired. But she was like, "Is it cheaper to buy them here?" I was like, "Yeah." Yeah, it is cheaper to buy these books here. It is. Where you were still in Japan and now you're home, magic. Oh, trust me, there's more content coming. You guys are going to think I'm still in Japan with the amount of content you guys are going to get. The raspberry, nice. Ooh, I haven't tried the raspberry. She was you from the future? Well, she was also an Asian lady, so I don't think she was me from the future in particular. Uh, Sorry, I couldn't. That concept was really funny. Yes, in my future, I become Asian. Oh, sorry. But what if you are still in Japan and this is just a green screen and it's all just a lie? God, I wish. That's one thing. Can I be totally honest with you? Because I won't lie. I still really want to move to Japan. I still do. The shine is not worn off. I still really want to. Okay? But I have watched a lot of foreigners' videos now, especially like I'd watched them before, but I watched a lot more now. I got started getting recommended a lot more. Why it's bad to be a foreigner in Japan. Why it's bad to move to Japan. And a lot of them have very valid reasons, okay? One, though, that they almost all mention that I don't get. Every single one of them brings up how you will always be a foreigner. No matter how much you try or how good at Japanese you get, you will always be seen. You will never be Japanese. You will always be a foreigner. And that, I don't understand why that's a talking point for every single one of them. Because, yeah, no shit. You're... Like it's like I understand the I think maybe if you've never been like an outsider in a space or you've never gone through that experience, it can be very upsetting and world crushing if you move to a new place and you're not accepted and things like that. As someone that has been through that, not with fully moving and relocating, but I've been through that feeling many a time, okay, for various reasons. That's not like a deal breaker to me because I understand I'm a white woman, you know, like I understand I'm American. Like I understand that there is hostility towards Americans. Every time I travel, I am aware of that, you know, like even if I move there and I were to like somehow get citizenship and give up my American country citizenship, I understand that I would still not be seen as like Japanese because I'm not Japanese. Is the most white thing I've ever heard you say. That's fair. Also, for the record, one of my aunts is half Japanese. And she's like, I see you moving to Japan. Like, I think, like, she literally was replying to all my tweets. She's in, like, Dublin right now. She was replying to all my story posts, like, so is this you soft launching you moving? Like, you're moving, right? Like, my sister's moving. You guys might as well move together. Like you guys might as well. As people tell me they've forgotten I'm Black American. I think when you look at countries like Japan, because of how homogenous it is, like, I will say, like, here in the United States, at least especially for myself, as someone that is pro-immigrant here in the United States, like, I don't know, I think because we are such a melting pot, it's less, like, I think about it less, if that makes sense. Like, oh yeah, I'm not like, yeah, go back to your country or anything like that. Or I'm not like, oh, well, you'll never be an American because America was built by immigrants on immigrants. Like, that's like a cornerstone of our culture when you think about it. If you're not a shithead, like that's how our country was made. But a country like Japan that is 99% Japanese, they don't have that same culture, you know? So it's like I would assume that it would be different there. Dude, I found no Apothecary Diary stuff. Not a lick. Sorry, my tongue is orange from the goldfish. Ew. Not a lick of Apothecary Diary stuff. I was hunting. I found Twisted Wonderland stuff, which I never found last time for Anarchy, because Anarchy loves Twisted Wonderland. Not a lick of anything for Apothecary Diaries. The only thing I found was a couple of the mangas, but I did not buy them because I made the decision not to. I was like, I'm going to wait, because I do want to buy the full manga as it is released currently, but no, I decided to wait. So one of the people to tell me that was half Japanese, so it was his Irish half that was that accepting bit. Some flack for being half. Yeah. No, I did see someone, I did see a video where it was like, oh, well, you're not actually Japanese, you're from, like, this part of Japan, or, like, you're from this, like, island with Japan type of thing, which is, like, so to some Japanese people, they're not even Japanese enough, you know? So it's, like, I would assume, but, like, that knowledge isn't, like, let me put it this way, like, I'm like, that kind of sucks, you know? But it's, like, it's not something like, okay, well, I won't bother then with trying to be accepted in that way because that's not a thing that's going to happen, you know? Like, that's where I think of it as. Whereas, like, a lot of people seem very bothered by the fact that they will not be seen as, like, truly Japanese. Whereas, like, obviously, like, do you live in America? Congratulations. You're an American. Ignore what the Cheeto in office says. You're an American. Oh, it's my jacket. I was like, what the fuck is he trying on? Hermes! Hey, hi! It's my rain jacket. It's on the counter. From all my expensive research, if you assimilate, you're generally accepted. Yeah, you'll always be othered, but by the general public, but your local community will accept you for a good community member. If you're a good community member. Yeah. No, and I mean, like, I assimilated, like, as much as I could without being fluent in Japanese while I was there, you know? Like, I don't talk on the fucking train. I don't eat while I walk. You know, I am accommodating. I am patient. It's not about them, like, being Japanese. It's about them not being accepted by the community or having a hard time making Japanese friends instead of, like, other people that have moved to Japan. See, but I feel like I have seen some people say, like, hey, my mistake early on was staying within, like, the expat community, like the people that were, like, only making friends within, like, their teaching groups or within, like, other communities of people that had, like, immigrated over there. And so they would leave or their, like, visas would run out. And then they wouldn't have built any friendships within people that live there. Hang on, let me move my jacket. Hermes, you are being a menace. Hi. That's my jacket. You cannot have it. Hi. Hi. Meh, meh, meh. Meh, 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 meh. No, he's not going too feral. He's getting into my jacket, which was on the couch. I mean, white guy with the camera immerses himself in foreign culture is basically prevalent enough to be a genre. I also think that a lot of the, not everyone, but some of the videos that I've seen, specifically from men that do complain about this. Sorry, I'm out of breath. No. I know there's food in that bowl. I just checked it. A lot of the people that I see that are like really bothered by the lack of acceptance element is they had these like notions of grandeur with moving to Japan, you know, specifically with men, with like wanting to date like Japanese women and things like that, and that was not the reality of their situation. Hermes. Discrimination and other issues. I still want to move because I want to move to the country and build community with the elderly and locals. I feel like there'd be a place for a friendly American. Yeah, I mean, most of my like friendly interactions were with elderly people, I will say. They actively avoid foreigners. I mean, I don't want to date. Really. If anything, I think it would be better for me over there because people would leave me the fuck alone. But also, gee, why did I gain 4 pounds in Japan? Maybe because I'm eating mochi by the packful. You got your dude, I got 20,000 steps a day. It doesn't matter if you're eating whatever the fuck you want. But alas, you know. There's also plenty of people that I've seen that are like, I love living in Japan, you know. But that one note is something that I see a lot of people. It's like, oh, you'll never be seen as, like, you'll never be seen as a local. You'll never be seen as a troops. I was like, okay. I've lived in LA for 6 years, okay? I'm still a transplant. Like, that's something that happens everywhere, you know. That's not a I don't even think that, I think because it's a foreigner thing that, and like we have the, you know, like, culture we do around immigrants here in the United States, it can be a culture shock for the Americans going, I think, more than anything. But like, I live in Orange. I'm from Orange County. I now live in LA. I've lived in LA this time. If I even slip and I'm like, oh, like from LA or like LA by way of OC or whatever, like my friends that are from here are like, you're a transplant. You know, it's like, okay, I know this is fine. You know, like it's a thing everywhere. Same with like New York. Like you're not a real New Yorker. I don't care that you've been here for a decade. You weren't born here. Would you raise your kids here? You know, like things like that. Like that's this is not a new thing. It's not an exclusive thing. You know. Let's see. But we make it worse by asking people where we're from. We're like that too in Atlanta. Ah. God, there was this one crazy video that I saw on Reels, and it was like the stereotypical white anime fan that moves to Japan to try and date Japanese girls. Like the guy you're picturing, that's what this guy looked like. Okay? Every white stereotype you have in your brain of that type of dude, that's who this guy was. And he was also a prick about it, because unfortunately they often are. Okay? And he was very much an incel, and it was like, oh, what do you not like about Japan? It's like, oh, a lot of Japanese girls are lesbians like Americans now. And he was not meaning the Japanese girls are like actually lesbians and actually into women. It was that they wanted to spend time with their friends and had friends and didn't want to date the weird American foreigner man. But he was specifically using the word lesbians like it was an insult to women. It was like, Jesus Christ. It was a hard watch. The comments were exactly where they were like, what the, this type of dude is fucking real? It's like, yeah, they are. Tips Fedora. Dude. God, can I find this? Hold on. I saw it on Reels. Let me see. He was also, if I'm remembering correctly, he was putting on like a weird accent. He was putting on like a weird Japanese accent. God, can I find this? Hold on. Is this it? Are you guys ready? Is this it? This might be the right one. Hang on, I can't hear it. Where's the volume? Why can't I hear it? Okay, hang on. Can you guys hear it? Hang on. No, fuck. Okay. Where are you? Okay, hang on. Hang on. Let me just try YouTube. See if I can hear anything. Okay, so the mic is working. This just doesn't have audio. Oh, I see it. I see what happened.
What's your type? I like Asian and pale, tall lady. And she has to like not be a lesbian because a lot of girls in Japan, they walking around with other girls. I can't meet a normal straight woman. I asked many tens of thousands of ladies and they all not dating me. I hearing like, oh, Japan lady, they love white men. I hear this online for a long time and the truth is they don't care about nobody. You can't get a wife anymore. Oh, you go to Japan, you're gonna meet all these ladies. Not true. I don't meet one. Not meet one lady.
Why did you come to Japan?
I'm looking for a wife.
Oh, that's cool. What's your type?
I like Asian and pale, tall lady.
I'm so sorry. The Gengar shirt sells this. Really does. Is he French Canadian? Dude, no, I think he's American. I think he's putting on this voice. I think this is an American dude. Do we have a tag? Walk straight out of Reddit. I am gay, and this guy made me straight at once. Not with that attitude. I love that every woman we want to flirt, he wants to flirt, has the same reflex of going, I'm sorry, I'm a lesbian actually, and bro believes it. Like, take a hint. I don't think that's what happens. I don't think women are saying, oh no, I'm into girls. He literally says they're walking around with other women, as in they're walking around with their friends. He doesn't want to approach women that are, he wants to only approach women that are alone. And, which is, I'm sorry, creepy as shit. And he's bothered when they walk around with other women's. Passport Bros getting rejected abroad is one of my favorite genres. It's actually one of the top posts on Reddit about the country I live in. Passport Bros complaining that women here don't want them. I ran to the comment sections. God bless those who escaped him. This photo of this dude. This gif. I think they're only telling you they're again, no one's understanding. They're not telling him they're lesbians. Rewatch this.
And she has to like not be a lesbian because a lot of girls in Japan, they walking around with other girls. I can't meet a normal straight woman. I asked many tens of
They're walking around with other girls. They're walking around with their friends. And so he's not approaching those women because he thinks they're lesbians. Because women can't have friends, apparently. So then he's approaching single women that are alone, apparently tens of thousands of ladies, and they're all not dating me. Meaning that he thinks, oh, they're just alone right now, they must also be lesbians. Or when they're alone, they're still not interested. I don't think no one's saying, oh, I'm a lesbian. I don't think that's what's happening. So like the comments being like, oh, lesbians. I was like, no, I don't even think anyone said that. God, the amount of people trying to give advice of where he can try and find a wife is actually stressing me out. Someone said, I mean, they do love them, a 6-foot Caucasian, so I don't know what's wrong. What are you talking about? Where are you seeing this? In America? Like, what are we talking about?
Of thousands of ladies, and they all not dating me. I hearing like, oh, Japan lady, they love white men. I hear this online for a long time.
Yeah.
And,
Keyword, I hear this online for a long time. Also, again, you cannot tell me this is not an accent he is putting on. This is not, that's an accent. He is mimicking the way that he thinks Japanese people speak English. That is 100% what I think is happening here. Must be a lesbian, yeah. The problem is men like this don't realize how repulsive they are. They have this weird fetish for Asian women, and they're not even embarrassed to admit it. It's already too late for this guy. He's doomed to incel loneliness. Yeah, he's fucked. This is an example of someone who cannot learn. This is an example. He has made a decision. He has had an experience that he has decided equals something else. It's not that he is a repulsive human being. His attitude is weird. He has a creepy fetishistic view of women in Asia, in Japan. It's not that. No, it's that they're all lesbians. He's a lost cause. The bloodline should end with him. He's fucked. Wait, there's more? Fuck.
oh, you go to Japan, you're gonna meet all these ladies. Not true. I don't meet one. Not meet one lady.
Why did you come to Japan?
So that was the first one. Did he pin the He didn't pin the others. Let me see if there's others. He said the other parts are up. That's one. Oh, here's another one.
Because the women are the red flag. They're not gonna date me.
Are you not using any like dating app or something?
I use all the dating apps for like many years, like over a decade. I swiping right on every profile in Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, China. I swipe, and I not find one girl. System broken. They don't care about guys.
Or you're ugly and fucking weird. Someone needs to tell these people that. I'm a white man, therefore I stand out, therefore I'm the hotter person here. You're an idiot. You're insane. You're an incel. Because what the fuck are we talking about? No, it's the women who are wrong. I feel like saying someone's a lost cause almost absolves them of responsibility. I'm not a... This dude's a fucking weirdo. What are you talking about? I'm saying his bloodline should die with him, and you think that's me absolving him of responsibility and accountability? What are we talking about? No. Obviously, there's nuance in this conversation. But he's not gonna see this shit.
You have like 99% men on the app.
My point is that there are people like this. It's not about he's a lost cause, it's absolving of responsibility. Those are two different fucking things. Okay? No, I'm on this point now. If you cannot, here is your worldview, here is the actual reality. He's made up his fucking mind. It's not absolving him of accountability. I, as a woman, am not going to put myself through the stress of communicating with this fucking man that he is a psychopath, okay? He is already suffering because he's not getting women. In his worldview, he is suffering, he is lonely, he is miserable, okay? So long as he doesn't harm anyone, this is something we can live with, okay? Sorry. Like, at some point, he has to see the problem is him. And he's not. Like, he doesn't see that. He won't realize it until he's 60 and he's like, fuck, I never had a family. Because that's what he decided was important. I never had a wife. I fucked up. That's 1,000% fair. Yeah. I get what you mean, but I want to get on this because I talked about, sorry, I don't know if you were here yesterday, Withercraft, but some people have been speaking to me crazy lately in emails and the like. So I wanted to just address this because me saying that's a lost cause. Some people you cannot fucking negotiate with, okay? Someone who looks at the gas prices, okay, of the situation right now in the world, okay, and is finally like, wow, Trump lied. If that's what got you, I don't want you in my fuck. I don't care that you're finally against him, because what the fuck is wrong with you? That the gas prices affecting you directly is the only thing that got you. If the abducting people from their homes and families, if the useless fucking war in Iran that is bombing school children, like if it's sending money to Israel so they can continue to commit genocide in attempted Lebanon and in Palestine, like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not gonna, like, you are a lost cause to me because you don't have a sense of empathy and humanity. You know what I'm saying? I'm not absolving those people of guilt. They're psychopaths. This dude is a psycho. Wasn't our last time, I didn't know. You're fine. Words have meaning, okay? That's my whole point. Words have meaning. Me saying someone's a lost cause is not absolving them of accountability. I kind of want this dude shunned from society and never be allowed to speak to another woman again in his life. That's what I want, frankly. We're past this. Okay.
And like 1% women.
1% of women.
Yeah. That's how I feel. Because if I swiping every day for many years.
He is not trying to sound your. I hear what you guys are saying. I do think he is trying to mimic, like, an Asian accent speaking English. I don't think he's trying to sound European. I don't think that's what it is at all.
And never get one date. Even very fat, obese woman in Las Vegas, I getting ghosted by the 500-pound lady.
Because you're a prick.
Because the women are the red flag. They're not gonna date me.
I hate how I can't
any like
scrub.
dating app or something?
I use all the dating apps for like many years, like over a decade. I swiping right on every profile in Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, China. I swipe, and I not find one girl. System broken.
I aired out one email last night. I aired out the one of the guy who was talking about looks maxing, who was really upset about my looks maxing video. He was like, I don't think it's racist or illegal. I was like, I never said it was illegal. I did say it was racist. Because if you watch that video, I openly quote from an article of a black man who tried to be the first black looks maxer on TikTok, and the racist vitriol that was hurled at him by people in the looks maxing community. A tagline in the looks maxing community is JBW, which is just be white. That is a real thing in these communities. So inherently, it is racist. Like that's a real thing. So like I was reading that last night. That one was insane. Also, basically, without fail, usually when it's a man getting mad at me, it's usually because they realized I wouldn't date them. Without fail, like I have standards for myself, despite the fact that I am moderately attractive. And I talk to a camera for a living, and I seem very approachable. I understand that. I don't date, not because I can't get dates. I don't date because I have requirements and standards for myself, okay? And when they realize that I do in fact realize I'm hot, they get really upset with me. It's fascinating. Willfully and angry stupidity, yeah.
They don't care about guys. You have like 99% men on the app and like 1% women.
That's just factually not true.
That's how I feel.
It's not true.
Because if I swiping every day for many years and never get one date, even very fat, obese woman in Las Vegas, I getting ghosted by the 500-pound lady. They will block you.
Gee, I wonder why. Do you guys remember when we looked at the profile of the Tinder guy who like swiped on like something insane like 2 million women and only got one date in like 5 years on Tinder or Hinge? Do you guys remember that? Swell would not date me? Yeah. I've also been very open for years. Forget even me talking about like my type and what I'm attracted to. I've been very open for years. I am not comfortable dating a viewer. I am not comfortable dating a fan. I've been very open about that. That is my responsibility as the person with clout in this parasocial dynamic to have that boundary. Okay? I've been very clear. Unfortunately, that has led to me not being able to use dating apps because the amount of men in particular, girls don't do this. Girls are usually very upfront. They still want to go on a date, but they're usually very upfront about the fact that they've watched me on YouTube. Men will try and hide that they watch me on YouTube, but they also kind of want to like brag that they know who I am. So they like slip in details that that I clearly didn't fucking tell them. And I'm like, okay, this is creepy and weird. Man, I don't know how else to say this, but my guy, you can't be a 3 aiming for 8s and being shocked. It's not even, I don't even think it's a 3 aiming for 8s. He's aiming for any woman to be attracted to him, it seems like. He's pissed that even someone that he deemed unattractive because she was heavier did not go on a date with him. So he's like, oh, the problem is the women and not that I'm a piece of shit. So there's that one, and then this is, here we go.
I just want a regular wife to have a family.
What's your red flag? Girls.
I just want an average lady. She could even be mean and evil, but as long as she's dating me, I'm gonna be happy. But maybe like 500 pounds, I'm gonna be like sick if I try to date her, like I'm not attracted to her at all. But I don't have a lot of demands. She is 6 out of 10.
Taylor, thank you for following. Yeah, if I've watched some stuff online and didn't tell them, I'd feel real weird. Yeah. I would imagine it would come off as stalkerish if dudes are repeating things you said in videos and streams. Yeah, dude, it's creepy. It's extremely weird. It's never gotten to a point where we're on a date, thankfully, because I think that's where I would just be like, okay, we're done. You know, I usually cut it off way sooner. But I'm just not on the apps anymore. I'm just destined to be single at this point. Because it's become a problem. So yeah, I'm trying to tell if this is Skid or this is actually a real person. I think this is a real fucking person, dude.
She a 5 out of 10, I'm gonna marry a 5 out of 10, it's okay. You know, I don't have any red flags, except I have to be able to look at her and not throw up.
Hermes, chill.
Because she's 500 pounds or something. I just want to
I don't have any red flags. He is the red flags. And women aren't fighting for this man. I met this guy in Shibuya walking down the street. His name is Chad and he's from America. He's very sad and upset. He was kind to me and my husband, but it was clear he was serious learning disabilities. I'm not sure how fair it is to interview him without viewers knowing that. Okay. If that's so, it makes you wonder how he managed to travel to Japan unattended, and even more so how he's managed to stay. Okay, also, side note, hi. I think we have come to a crossroads, okay, with how we speak about people with disabilities. I do think it's inherently problematic to say that all people with disabilities are violent. However, it is not fair to absolve people with disabilities from violent actions just because they have disabilities, or harmful beliefs and things they say just because they have disabilities. Like you can be autistic and rob a bank, you know, like these two things can coincide and you would still go to jail for robbing a bank. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like these don't absolve you, you know, regardless of his learning disabilities or mental state. He has very harmful views of women, and that is not good. You are dating Mount Fuji. You're so right. As someone with dyslexia, I could read the train signs. You know, like it's... Why is he talking like that? I'm fairly certain he is trying to mimic the way that some Japanese people sound when they are speaking English. I think he is putting on this accent. Not sure what learning disabilities means. Is that a way of saying autistic? in online communities, being autistic is a known joke. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm sorry, that's crazy. Bad thing. I'm just weird and awkward in person and unable to socialize. Wait, is this dude? Is this his account? Oh my God, he replied. His name is Chad. Oh my God. Okay, wait.
I just want a regular white.
Not sure what learning disabilities means. Is that a way of saying autistic? And so he's saying this about himself. In online communities, being autistic is a known joke. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just weird and awkward in person, and I'm able to socialize properly from being alone my whole life. I wouldn't say it's disabled learning or something like that. He's talking about himself. I was like ready to defend that line of thinking, and again, it's him, because he's a shitty dude. You can think of learning disabilities and autism as different categories of neurodivergence, meaning that the brain works differently than the average person, and you're right, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But people whose brain work differently often feel more misunderstood and have more difficulties in the world than the average person. And you don't have to have a different brain to have difficulties. Your life experiences can shape your difficulties as well. I think it's important to anyone who's struggling to get support and other professionals who understand exactly what kind of support needed. I'd recommend finding a professional who can help you understand how your brain works differently and what you can do. Is he claiming that he is autistic? Have you ever thought it's supply and demand of women controlling who gets dates, not me? He's really like this. Very Nice Katie is trying to explain, hey, you might have like your brain might work differently. You might want professional help to understand why the world feels like this to you. Have you ever thought it's supply and demand of women controlling who gets dates, not me? Yes, there is a secret cabal of lesbians running who gets dates. And you know what? We don't like you. That's what it is. You know what? I've decided I'm no longer bi. I am in the cabal of lesbians. Because what are you talking about? No, I heard that. I heard that. And then Katie is trying to be like, hey, I think you might actually be autistic or something. Like, Katie is doing the internet thing of, hey, you might just need help, you know. I am the leader. Thank you, Thyri. Don't tell people about the cabal. It's very secret. I'm so sorry. You're so right. This is how he talks to women. Surely you jest. He's definitely playing a role, right? I think she means intellectual disability, to be fair, and that's something to consider. Oh God, is he in other replies? Okay, hang on, let's go to his page. We're going to his page.
So we live in a world right now where the lady boys are the real women. They enjoy sucking penises and showing affection for males. They're actually living in the moment, and the women are not. They are not present. You cannot get a match on Tinder if you tried for 31 years. I've never had a date with a woman. So you can do absolutely everything in your power. You cannot get a woman. So and
he is American.
Boys,
that was a put on accent.
They enjoy it being a woman, and women today are not women because they don't love males, and they don't love males, and they don't show affection for males in any capacity. I think it's an evil thought process. Oh yeah, we're not going to give back to males. Everything's about us, and
we're not going to give back to males. Everything's about us. You know what? You're so right. Everything is about women. You're so right. You know why? Because you came from a woman. This world exists because of fucking women. This world exists because the invisible labor of women. Women just went to space, baby. We just went around the fucking moon. You're so right. Everything is about women. Why the fuck would I get back to you? Oh, God. I haven't gotten this upset about a dude in a while. God. Oh.
That's evil. That's lesbian.
That's lesbian. It's evil to be a... He is saying it's evil to be a lesbian. That's evil. That's lesbian. To not care about men, to be a lesbian is evil. Hi, Bubbas. You're the only man I love. You're the only man allowed in my home. Hello. I love you. Be gay, do crime. We should be more evil, actually. We could be meaner. There's so many times lately where I'm like, God, I should be meaner. I'm an online sex worker as well as a domestic violence caseworker. This man is just giving me the giggles, the giddies, honestly. I'd rather deal with him than so many other men. That's fair. Preach, women in STEM are overlooked all the time. Dear God, I have never dated and never in my life think in that way, for fuck's sake. I love being an evil lesbian.
And the reason why being a lesbian is so evil and not having sex is evil too, because you should enjoy that activity. That's what God created.
The
us to have
statue
that.
of women behind him. That's a statue of two women. The framing of this. God.
Sexual pleasure and stuff. So that's a part of life that they're trying to delete. And the lady boys
I love
are
you, I
coming
hate
in
men.
and they're doing it in replacement of women because the women have gone their own way. They live in a mansion. They are having sex with other ladies and they love their girlfriend and their kittens. So
You mean they are happy with the
and
family?
so the reason lesbianism is so awful is because I will never get to enjoy a woman if the women are all walking and enjoying other women their entire life.
I really don't like the way he's describing. I will never be able to enjoy a woman. He sounds like he wants a sex toy. This is weird. There's kids around here. Don't give him our mansion address. It reaches artistic performance levels of composition. Yeah.
And they think they live forever and they're gonna have time to do it.
Oh, I am immortal. Did we not share that? You guys didn't know this. Women having sex with other women. Yeah, that makes you immortal. It's crazy.
There'll be like a 25-year-old girl. She's like, I'm young. I can get married later. It's like...
You can. That's the thing.
Once when you get old, you will have already wasted your life and all that time you could have spent with a male, and that will have been a disturbance and a loss on your life.
To try and enjoy life for yourself, to try and find out and grow to who you are before finding a partner for life, that's a disturbance on your life. That's missing out on life.
Quality of life will have gone down.
No. Every year I'm single, my quality of life goes up. I do admit that.
Because you took that enjoyment.
Wait, what did Automod do? Hold on. Hang on. Let me check. Okay, I missed it. I don't know what it was. Sorry, Sunny, I forgot you were in chat, and I was like, what did I miss? I was like, oh no, because I have multi-chat open. His arch nemesis. He moved countries to hook up with women.
Enjoyment and pleasure you could have had in the opposite gender, and you threw it away. So that is a loss in function and for the female.
A loss in function
I agree
for the
that
female?
they can gain a lot of wealth by abstaining from males and just like teasing men their whole life and scamming males on OnlyFans and stuff. I agree they're going to get rich from doing that, but money is not the only thing. For males, women is the main.
For the record, okay? There's scammers in every industry. I'm not going to sit here and deny that. I'm a YouTuber. There's scammers in this fucking industry, okay? But the vast majority of women on OnlyFans, and there's not only women on OnlyFans, but women on OnlyFans, are providing a service of adult content, that's not scamming men. I don't know what to tell you. Some man purposely went to their account and subscribed for $5.99 or more a month. That is a real thing that happens. That's not scamming men. That's providing a service and doing a job. End all be all regardless. No, exactly. Like, oh, God forbid you, like, he's making it sound like one, lesbianism is a choice, and two, if you're not spending time with men as an adult woman past 25, you are wasting life and you are evil.
Anything. So why aren't women
the service is seeing titties? Yeah.
That same thought process, and women are wrong. Money does have its limits. You only need a certain amount of money to survive. They think you need like millions and hundreds of millions. No, you need an average.
Do not think I need that much
income from the country in order to have a.
There is no average income from the country,
and then it doesn't get better than that.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Do you know how expensive living is right now? Like the economy in Japan. I don't think he's in Japan here, right? This is. I can't tell. I don't think so. I think he's in, because he mentioned Thailand and China and other places. So I don't think he's necessarily in Japan. I can't tell. He might be. It's hard to tell. Despite him, I do need that much to enjoy life with all my girlfriends. Yeah. You know, me and my several wives, we will need a castle in the Swiss Alps. So that's going to have some cost to it. Dating is a marketplace, but OnlyFans is a scam. Logic, exactly. Oh no, they tripped and fell while clicking the subscribe button. Exactly. How often do you think this guy uses the phrase? I mean, we can watch some other videos. I'm sure it'll come up. Lesbian castle. Woo!
So women, they get all the stuff that they need, and then they still don't want a male. They should be the...
Do you know how common it is for women? A sentiment that I see of women in real life, day to day, myself included. Okay, with all dating. Same, this goes with women as well. I am so good alone, but I also have reached a quality of life for myself and for my dog that I'm already maintaining. So why would I be with someone that cannot match me or surpass me? In their life experience, in their income, in their own life, you know, like, why would I not be with someone that matches me or surpasses me? So what he's describing is something that a lot of women experience, where it's like, well, I have multiple degrees. I have a good paying job. I live alone. Like, why would I be with someone that can't match me? I'm not attracted to someone that can't match me, type of thing. That's very common right now because women excelled and a lot of men stagnated, which you could argue that feeds into the overall loneliness epidemic. I do not think there's a male loneliness epidemic. I think there's an overall loneliness epidemic that's made by a variety of things. But that's a very common sentiment where it's like, I feel like I'm settling for every man that I speak to. Baby swell, think with your ovaries. Ooh. I want to know, who does he think he's talking to? Does he have an actual audience? There's 45 followers on this account. So absolutely not. We want equals partners in life. Exactly. Like, I don't want to be with someone where it's like, well, don't you want to build together? I already built, baby. I did that. I'm doing that now. I've been doing that. I'm not starting from zero with you. Absolutely not.
The one marrying the males and building up the family with their money that they made. And
did you lose your train of thought?
So money is not the only thing. It's actually worthless, because the things that they're buying, a Gucci purse is not better than a $10 purse.
Depends on if someone likes a Gucci purse or not. It's about personal value, not even just physical value.
So they're actually wasting that money. They're scamming
outside his personality,
your money.
Also terrible, yeah.
And then they're buying worthless stuff with it. Because a bag is a bag. It can hold items. You don't need it to be Gucci.
These are not worthless. These are mine. And guess what? I bought it with my own money, baby.
So
all self-funded, baby.
Take all your money on OnlyFans. Make people pay for pictures of themselves, and
make it rain plushies, baby.
And I've never paid for porn ever, so that's
you're
not
full
me
of shit.
doing that.
You're so full of shit.
My opinion, boomers. Some people theorize.
This is the type of dude that goes on Pornhub and doesn't think that because he doesn't have an account, it's like it's not the same as paying for porn.
Indians and stuff like that. But I think it's boomers and non-whites.
Boomers and non-whites?
You see this girl right here, her whole entire purpose that she's promoting for women in the world is to worship yourself and to worship putting on makeup for yourself. And
No.
being a narcissist and a lesbian where we worship the beauty of women as
A girl caring about skincare is oh my god. Oh my god. This girl's probably like 21.
women. So that's the most popular thing in the world today. You don't see them like teaching women how to have kids and how to love boys and how to suck penises and
My only purpose in life is to love boys and suck penises, according to this shit stain of a man. That's fuck. Like, this is. We should have a trigger warning on this stream, actually. Hi, can one of the mods pin a comment that says, trigger warning, Amanda's reacting to a horrific male. This is absurd. Okay, hey, we're also gonna have a conversation about satire and rage bait, okay? Because sure, you could argue he is just trying to upset people. He has 45 followers. He's putting this on the internet. Unless you're putting hashtag satire, which there's no comments or tags on any of this, okay? There's no likes on this video from 4 days ago, okay? Satire serves a purpose and is making a statement. There's nothing satirical about this. He's saying in flagrantly psychotic shit, okay? That is actively harmful, okay? Thank God he has very few views on this shit, okay? We get past parody, we get past satire at this point, okay? Usually, satire, when it's true satire, has a purpose and a goal. What is the goal here? Truly. Like, this is, like, let's say he's like, oh no, it was a joke. It doesn't matter. It's like doing, remember prank content where it's like someone harassing a woman in public? And then as soon as someone turns around and like, or a boyfriend like pulls out a gun or some shit, it's like, whoa, it's a prank. Okay, well, you did the harassment. You did that shit. It doesn't matter that it was a prank. You're a piece of shit. It's the same thing. If it's not true satire, if it's not truly a skit, if we're not making it clear, then that's also violating the contract of satire. This is just a dude spreading harmful shit. Thank God there's no one watching it aside from this. He's being truly honest. This is not a character. This is not that out. The way he's looking off into the distance, the way he's that girl this is not satire because the video he showed of that girl, that is a real person on the internet. That is a real random girl who was trying to make a video. She's probably an influencer about, like using a product that she got when she was in Korea or something and for her skin. And he decided to put her in this video. Like, this is not satire.
how to be attracted to males and like try to go out with males and to worship the male beauty. It's all about them, and that's what the women are all focusing their attention on. It's on the other females, and she thinks the whole world is about her makeup routine, and that's what matters. And they're not. They're actually deleting huge categories of things that you can do with the opposite gender. They deleted sex for some reason, and really that's 98% of what males are running off of is sexual attraction. And women, oh nope, that doesn't exist.
Okay, well, that's one video. This is the same. Should we do just a random one? What?
So what we're dealing with is a worldwide systematic belief system that women have created where they don't love males, they don't want to sleep with males, and they aren't attracted to males anymore. And then
I don't know
ends
why
up
you're such a looker.
that they turn into some sort of lesbian.
Sort of lesbian.
How they just hold their arms like this.
Oh my God forbid you're walking with your friend. Or even these could be a mother and daughter. You can't even tell from this angle. They could be out on a shopping day. God.
Common thing in the world you'll see today. They have traded to the women, and it's not fair to men. Men want to enjoy life too and have a partner, and they can't because the women are occupying the woman. Women going out with other women. There's another one. What are they doing? You see what I'm saying?
Now he's filming random strangers.
What are they doing?
I hope they're girlfriends and I hope they make out nasty style just because you're a fucking idiot. I hope they're actually girlfriends.
And so the problem with this is that men get no attention.
Yeah.
They're incels. And I want to enjoy my life with other people, and half the time at least you're going to turn out to be a straight man. There's nothing wrong with being a straight man and attracted to women, so why would I give up on that?
They don't even know what they just witnessed.
I'm straight. I'm not going to be forced to become gay because a woman is also gay. You see what I'm saying? A lot of them should be an objective human and just accidentally be straight a lot of the time.
Accidentally be straight.
But you're not seeing that today. You're seeing a...
See, this is the problem. This is the thing that drives me insane about the male loneliness discussion, is the amount of men that only see community in a romantic partner. Like, they're lonely specifically because they don't have a girlfriend or a wife or someone that wants to sleep with them. That is like where they're lonely. I am lonely because I don't have someone to suck my penis, which is exactly what he is saying. He's not saying the word lonely. He's like, I can't get a girlfriend because all these women are lesbians, i.e. they're not attracted to him. Okay? Whereas the same way I talked about how there's a loneliness epidemic, women often find community in each other. We find community in friends and family. We make community for ourselves. We make communities with others. Okay? Like, we are problem solvers in that way. Whereas men are like, why is no one solving my problem? When they argue the male loneliness epidemic. You get my point? Like, it's not that he is a repulsive individual with repulsive beliefs. It's that women are lesbians and they are making other women lesbians who would be attracted to him. It's not that no one's attracted to him. It's that they're all being corrupted by the lesbian cabal. I'm making up the lesbian cabal. But, like, there's totally a lesbian cabal. But, like, we're not supposed to talk about that. But, like, he truly does not see... Like, and even then, to talk about, well, make friends with men. I'm not gay. It's not about being gay. You can have friends. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Not her giving her a peace sign and going back to her boyfriend. No, exactly. I hope they are girlfriends and I hope they make out nasty style because you are a fucking idiot. Yeah. It's self-inflicted. Yes. Like the, when even, I'll never forget, when I ended up deleting this post because I got the amount of vitriol that you would expect. When Trump won the election in 2024, I posted that I was personally contributing to the male loneliness epidemic. I posted that on Threads, and I got the amount of vitriol that you would expect. What I was not expecting was the amount of my male viewers that commented something along the lines of they thought that I was different and that maybe men voted for Trump because they were so ignored by the left for their hardships of not being able to get partners. And therefore, they thought that I would be sympathetic to that and help them understand like why they could get, how they could get partners. And I was like, who the fuck do you think you were talking to? I ended up deleting the post because of the vitriol that I was getting, just because I was like, I'm not even going to fucking tolerate this shit. I'm not getting paid for this shit. Fuck that. At least on Twitter, I make some dollars from time to time of people being pissed at me. Okay, on Threads, you don't make a cent. So I was like, fuck this. Took it down. Okay. There is no lesbian cabal in what Bossing say. Exactly. Dumbasses didn't watch your videos. No, that's the thing. As I've said, I am a hot girl. I hate to break it to you. A lot of men hate when you know you're hot. Okay? A lot of men hate that. So because I don't make hot girl content 90% of the time, a lot of men don't think I realize that I am attractive and therefore think they have a shot with me. I'm also very just approachable in general. Okay? So that is part of the problem. Okay? I do think that's the problem. My male audience, the way that some men speak to me really upsets a lot of men in my life and a lot of women in my life. And they don't understand why it's this bad. Now, sometimes some speculation would be, I think it's the glasses. But then I have friends that it's like, no, so-and-so wears glasses and her male audience is not like this. So who knows what I attract of weird men, but there's something about me attracts weird fucking men. And as soon as I make it very clear, hi, you do not have a shot with me. I have zero intention of dating you. I will not date you. They get very angry and upset. Okay? Once they realize I'm not their like manic pixie dream girl or whatever the fuck they've decided I am. Because I don't even think it's that. I don't even fit that vibe, I don't think. It upsets the stream too when you tell us about it. Dude, sometimes it's out of fucking line. It's out of fucking line. Media literacy is dead. Yeah, that too. But it irritated me. It's like, okay, me being like, and that's where I think I started being like, you know, my rule is to be meaner. Because I was just like, I need to be clear. Clearly, I need to be more clear. I need to be harsher. I'm doing too much of the, here's my biases, let's acknowledge both sides. There's no both sides of this shit. This dude hates women and thinks women's only value is sucking his dick. That is a true fact. He is saying it himself. That is not me misreading subtext. That is not me reading how he is, his photos. He is openly admitting to these things on camera and videos that he posted himself. This man hates women that won't sleep with him. No one is sleeping with him, therefore all women are bad. And lesbians and evil. That is a word he used. X-Ray, thank you so much for subscribing. You won a Swell Grand Prix. Congratulations. Take away the dream in their mind, I imagine. I don't know. But it's just like, I really genuinely wonder how politicians can help them get laid. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, that's the one thing. It's like, oh, well, there's a male loneliness epidemic. And it's like some people were arguing, like, I do think there's a lot that the Democrats did in the election that was bad, okay? Insulting the intelligence of young voters, main thing. They did openly ignore the, like, young to older male population, okay? And the right, Republicans, Trump's camp, openly went after those people, okay? We see this daily. However, that is also a generational thing. Statistically, we are seeing a generational divide politics-wise for women and men in Gen Z and younger millennials. We are seeing this directly where a lot of women are getting astoundingly more left and a lot of men are getting astoundingly more conservative. I think there was a statistic that people were talking about recently where Gen Z men have a much more conservative view of like the women's role in a relationship than I think compared to like the 50s or 80s. Like it was something like that was being discussed while I was in Japan, so I didn't really weigh in on it. But like we're seeing that, and I do think that's the Andrew Tate manosphere type of shit imparting onto like the men. It's very weird. It's also tiring men. Yeah. So it's like, but I look at shit like this. If this dude is in my dating pool, why would I not just, okay, the answer is I'm not dating. Like that's, maybe I'll find a nice woman to settle down with, lay down with, settle down with. You know, like the answer is not, like, I'm very fortunate. I am bisexual. It's not a choice, okay? Like, but like I can choose who I date and I'm not dating you. Like it's really this simple. The idea is that if you remove the indoctrination, things will go back to normal. He only cares if they're hot. He did say he doesn't care if they are mean. All right, let's go back. This is from, again, 6 fucking days ago.
World where it is impossible to get a single date in 31 years. That's who I am. That's
So he's
what's
never
happened.
dated.
I haven't had a girlfriend ever. So it's a total myth that women exist for dating.
Great, I'm glad you
Only
acknowledge
men
that.
have that natural striving and
Do you know how many women I know that would love to just like sleep with men for fun? Do you know how many women I know? The problem is that men vastly overestimate their fun. I have been out with women, with friends, and they're like, oh my God, this guy is so hot. Like, I'm going to send you my location. I'm going to leave with him. And then they talk with him for another 3 minutes, and they come back and they're like, we need to leave now. Why? Because he ruined it. Because of the way he spoke. She was down, and he fucked it up. Like, there are so many women that are down just to have fun with men. The problem is that a lot of these guys are like this. It's not fun. Like there are so many women that would also just date for fun or just have sex for fun, would be down to meet someone out, but they are either the one thing without fail is that like even if it's like there's like forget even courting because it's like it's not about dating. There's a lack of mystery, there's a lack of like even the chase, if that makes sense. But like it's the crassness of when's the last time you were cracked? Like, why are you so violent I'm trying to sleep with you. Why are you being so violent in your discussion of taking me home with you? What the fuck are we talking about? When's the last time you got bent in half? That's fucking crazy. Like, there's a lack of respect, yes, in the lead up to actually going to bed. There's a lack of respect. Yeah, he said that women taking care of their skin or putting on makeup is only for themselves and therefore it's selfish and evil. Seduce me, you idiot, supposed to be fun, my bad guys. No, you're right. You're so right. Like it's a lack of respect. It's a lack of thinking of you as a human. There's also this thing as well where a lot of men, if women are down or women are like, great, I have a condom. Like great, let's go. It's like, whoa. You're into it? Like there's a lack, they're almost turned off by you being into it. It's very fucking weird. It's like, oh, so you're a slut, you have condoms. It's like, well, no, you're not getting me pregnant. You're not, have you been tested? You're not giving me an STD. Like, this is safety. That's all it is. But self-care is selfish. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's for me. I want to be soft and smooth. Exactly. Okay.
traction and
do you think they sell a keychain of this mascot? I love the little ice cream I'm kind of obsessed with it, actually. I really love the ice cream scepter. Okay, I think that's a yen, but I don't think that's the yen. The top part is... I don't think this is in Japan, chat. I think this might be... Is this Thailand? I don't think this I don't think is Japanese.
that drive for the opposite gender, women,
China?
they don't have it.
I'm very bad at identifying characters. It's not Korea, because Korea is more bubble-like in their characters.
Do you understand?
No protection. What is that? Men are fucking weird, dude. I do believe that men do think that if they get you pregnant, they own you. I do believe that. The line Offset to fucking Cardi B. Cardi fucking B. Okay? And you're my baby mama, so I won. You're still my baby mama, so I won. Is a real quote from Offset to the mother of his children. I will never let a man get me pregnant. That changed a true, that reset something in my brain. 'Cause that's fucking insane. That's fucking wild. Popular ice cream chain shop. Yay, thank you. Okay, cool. We were guessing. I'm really bad at identifying characters. I just knew it wasn't Korean. They want to be special boys. If you have a condom, you might have picked someone else. That's fucking insane. Like even the one girl whose videos we've seen a few times, she has her iPad and she like terrorizes men. I don't know why they keep messing with her because they some of them see her content. But she left a date and a guy was like, I want to come back with you. And she was like, no, you don't. Like, we're not doing that. And he was like, no, let's make a baby tonight. It was like a first date. She was like, why do broke men always want to try and make a baby is exactly what she said to him. Like, it's very, like, why they won't marry you, but they'll, like a baby, which is a lifelong thing, a human being brought, fuck a marriage certificate, but we can make a baby. What? Everyone's insane. Everyone has lost their fucking minds. But fetish clubs exist. Yeah. It's a very sad cycle, and it begins in childhood when their mother's treating them like a princess, like princes, expecting all their sisters, relatives, and friends to worship them because that's their mothers learned from their mothers, from society, and their own marriage to perpetuate it. It's awful to blame their mothers and only them. Absent dads like that are like ghosts, praise being respected, and their sons see that shit. My dad was around. Hi. My brother is not like this, thank fuck, but my brother does slip into fuckboy tendencies, and I tell him that to his face. My brother did not mature past the age of 14. And I'm not saying that like developmentally. I mean, his attitude towards life did not develop past the age of 14. He is now 25 and acts like a 14-year-old. Okay. And there's things that he shares where he's like, can you believe this girl did this to me? And I'm like, did you sleep with her? And he's like, well, yeah, but like, I was like, okay, did you sleep with her and tell her you didn't want to date her? Yeah, but that doesn't mean she gets to be crazy to me. And I'm like, okay, well, you were an asshole. You were a piece of shit to this girl, and you're shocked that she reacted to you treating her like a piece of shit. He's like, okay. Like, he gets it eventually, but now he's like, I'm just not dating. And I'm like, great. Honestly, that's the answer. Because you can't be fucking Have. Okay? It's too much work. LOL. Yeah, he's got 3 jobs. Like they're all at restaurants, but like they're all at 3. He's got 3 jobs. Brick and the person that builds strength too. I'm about to start carrying bricks again. Yeah, wild. Sometimes I think, like literally. Again, this is talking about Japan. While I was in Japan, while I was at the Grand Prix, I was with M, and M was like, "Oh my God, a woman was killed at the Pokemon Center, in Sunshine City, I believe. A woman was working." And her stalker, who was an ex-boyfriend, killed her and then killed himself. She had apparently reported it to the police that he was stalking her, and they suggested she move her job. Now, a lot of people, okay, are like, see, this is the reality of Japan. This is why we shouldn't glaze Japan. That happens weekly here in the United States. Recently, a grown man killed a 16-year-old, I believe, because she wouldn't give him her number. He was 32. That just happened in the United States. That happens. This is a global issue of violence against women. It's not specific to a country. I truly believe that. Yeah, exactly. Stalking is not something that the law anywhere has taken seriously. I have had direct death threats. I have had true threats against my life, threats of assaulting me from audience members. All I can do is document everything and put it in my file, because I do have a file of creepy people, so that if I ever go missing, if anything ever happens to me, there is a file that a family and friend can access to give over to the police for suspects. That's all I can do. Until someone physically comes inside my apartment, because I don't own a home, so it's not even like they can't step on my lawn. If they come into my home and do something to me, then action can be taken. But the threat, sending me my address, anything, they can't do fuck all with that. And it's a growing problem. And again, that wouldn't have protected this woman from this I'm not going to say woman, this teenager from doing her right of not giving a creepy fucking pedophile her phone number because she was 16, okay? That wouldn't have protected her in this instance. But this is a growing thing. This type of rhetoric is what leads to men like that killing a 16-year-old for not giving him her phone number. It's this type of rhetoric. Women owe me sex. Women only exist so that I can have a wife. That's what leads to violence like that. This is violent rhetoric that he is sharing in the streets of China. Yeah, so that case, that one was fucking horrible. I hate that fucking case. There is step siblings. Family was on a cruise. The 16-year-old blended family, okay, 16-year-old and 18-year-old daughter, 16-year-old son. The parents knew he was obsessed with her, and she still had her room with him on a cruise. They found her body that he had tried to hide under the bed when they came to clean the room. He tried to hide her body. It just came out, this was a few months ago, it just came out and it was confirmed that he assaulted her before he killed her. He violated his sister, his stepsister, before he killed her. Both of her parents, her mother and her stepfather, failed that girl. That part just got confirmed. They just released that. Sorry for the sorry to share harsh information with you guys. But like unfortunately, that's what this fucking conversation. All he realized was that he was not related to her. Therefore, she was an option. He was obsessed with her. And they did not protect her. They should not have been living in the same home, let alone sharing a private cruise room. They are at least trying him as an adult. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm going to continue watching this video, but I'm already upset. Okay?
So it's possible for them to have it, but they had to have their rights removed in the prior history because they knew that women were not going to give back to men once they joined the workforce, and they stole the jobs and the money, and now they turn to lesbianism to hurt guys. They have attacked men, and they're hurting men on purpose.
I want you all to know that if I ever publicly date a woman, okay, you guys won't know when I'm dating. I do intend to keep it private. Because again, my audience gets fucking weird, okay? I don't doubt that like there are people that I'm like aware of right now that I'm like keeping an eye on, that if I were to publicly date at all, man, woman, otherwise, wouldn't matter. I do think they would become a problem. So when I do date, aside from Mount Fuji, okay, my one true love, okay, you guys will not know about it for my own safety and the safety of whoever I'm with. That will be a real thing. But if I do ever publicly date a woman, I want you to know it's to spite this man specifically. That's all.
Purpose. That's what they do. So a lot of women are.
Okay. I'm afraid to click some of these. I'm afraid. Is the story upload? I don't know what this is. This one's insane.
So let me rephrase that.
The only comment, what do you do in daily life? Just walk around talking to a phone about men and women? And then he said, NEET. That's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard, is what someone said.
Men who are being paid by women on Earth for being a handsome man. is guys who are tapping into the feminine.
Is he talking about, like, hosts? Is that who he's talking about now? Stepping out on Fuji? You're so right. I need to not step out on my beloved. I think there's a trend in Brazil recently. Men are training to attack. I saw that! They were stabbing the pillows, and it's like, I'm so sorry. So they're not training to attack women, they're training to kill them.
Feminine look. So they're tapping into woman. The host clubs in Japan, they look like women on purpose. So the only men who are getting paid by women.
I'm not even attracted to, like, the super pretty boys. I've talked about this. But do you know why a lot of women are, like, into that look? It's because that does require, like, an element of upkeep. A lot of women are really into men who take care of themselves. Basic hygiene. You don't look like you wash your hair. When's the last time you trimmed your beard and combed it? A lot of, like, truly brushing your teeth regularly, showering regularly, goes extremely far with most women, aside from the fact of not having a piece of shit personality. Like, that truly is that. Like, basic self-care. There's a lot of men that don't do that. Another horror stream today, I see. Yeah. So, Sparkly, I remembered a video I saw of this guy talking about how all the women in Japan are lesbians because they won't marry him. It's very hard to find a wife, while he was putting on an accent. And then we found that he commented on one of those videos of someone saying, hey, I think he's, like, developmentally disabled or something. And he was like, what the fuck does that mean? No, I'm not, basically. And then we found his account. So now we're going through his videos. This man is something else. Yeah, there's a content warning on the pinned comment, because this guy is really upsetting.
Are men who look like women, and they're tapping into the woman market. So
No home's been enough. Yeah, so early, God, it's fucking horrifying. The amount of, see, that's the thing too. The amount of Western men that go to other countries, okay? Specifically, I see this a lot with men that go to Slavic countries, and they're like, oh, women there know how to be good women. Is the statement I hear. Thing is that women there also require men to often be providers. Like, it's like just the baseline. Flowers, paying for dates, paying for everything. It will be a single income home. And yet these men don't want to, they're like, no, it's 50-50. They bring the 50-50 to those countries thinking that's gonna fly. It's like, no, that's not it. That won't work there. That's not how that works. No. The police removed them and they're currently investigating the posters. Let's fucking go. I think mail order brides are still a thing, sadly. Yeah, I do know that. I will say the amount of British white men, old British men that I met in Japan, with their age-appropriate wives, I will say, but they were white British men that had moved to Japan to be with their Japanese wives. I saw several of them. I met a few of them. Those were the guys that insulted me and, like, when we met one when I was with M. They were the ones that corrected, that guy is the one that corrected M's pronunciation of a place. Which I was like, what the fuck? They want to have their cake and eat it too. Yeah. You work all hours. Yep. If you want a traditional woman, you work all the hours. Yep. They still want to sit at their desk with their dino nuggets. Yeah. Basically, what a lot of these men want is they want the traditional woman, but they also expect her to work because living is fucking expensive. And it's like, okay, so again, a lot of women already do a lot of invisible labor at the home. That's a real thing, okay? But they also want a woman that loves doing that, but then also works to help pay the bills. And it's like, well, no, you can't have both. That's not a thing that happens. They want their mom. Yep.
And then, if you want to believe that women are valuing male looks today, then I've never seen a place in the entire world where they're putting a monetary price on it, which means they're not valuing male handsomeness at all.
You just described host clubs, which is essentially putting a price on being attractive. You can't get hired at host clubs, maid cafes, nightlife in Japan without being attractive. You can't. There's an American that I follow who lives in Japan. She has permanent residency, and she works at a nightclub. She is a bunny at a club, and she's like, I was only able to have this because I have permanent residency. I was a teacher first, but she said she was like, I have job security because I'm one of the top earners. But she is bigger, and she was like, I was much skinnier when I got hired. All these girls are tiny. To be hired in one of these roles, you have to be tiny. Same thing goes with, to be a host, you do have to be attractive. Like, that is putting a price on male attractiveness. So I don't know what he's talking about. I feel like he means white men. Ah, you're so right. I forgot that he's also a racist. I forgot. You're so right. Yeah, Sylvie, I believe, is her name. I like a lot of her videos because she has a very like an interesting way of talking that's very like monotone and like low, which is actually like really calming to listen to. It's fascinating. He can't get hired at host clubs. Yeah, they don't put a dollar on attractiveness. Okay, I want you to walk in and try and get a job. I'm 35, Lucia broke up with my long-term 27-year-old boyfriend. I was able to because of better medication. Absolutely the best thing that happened for both of us in the long term, and we have a great relationship even up to now. We're just getting better, being single, staying single, mood. Combo racism and sexism, went to Japan to find a good wife and angry he's unable to. Yeah. She just bought, I think she bought it. I can't tell if she's renting it or she bought it. She is living in like a older style Japanese house right now, and I'm loving her videos about it. Like, she was in an apartment for a long time, and now she's in like this older, like traditional style Japanese house, and I'm obsessed with it.
A lot of 10 out of 10 incels out there on the earth.
Like
due
you?
to the fact that they don't have a price. See, anyone can get a 10 out of 10 Chad boyfriend right now because there is not a market for it. There's not one prostitution street that is males on the entire earth.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so statistically, yes, there are more men that are willing to pay for women to have sex with them than I would say there are women who will pay men to have sex with them. I do think that is probably a statistical fact. I'm hypothesizing, okay? Mostly because women, though a lot of women love sex and enjoy having sex, I do think that the average woman does not just need sex the way that this man seems to think that they do. And so that is why we have things like host clubs or phone sex lines and things like that actually do really well with women because they do want that semi-pseudo-emotional connection, okay? They do want to be treated like a princess or be spoken to nicely and things like that, which is why there is still a market for host clubs and rental boyfriends and things like that in countries like this. Same with not having the, same with obviously the work culture, work-life balance and things like that is very different in a lot of these countries. Same with here, but I just feel like there's not that much of the like, I'm gonna rent a boyfriend type of thing for a day or anything like that. But that's more common, I feel like, at least in Japan I've seen. Same with, I would say South Korea, I think. Because it's the, you know, emotional connection. It's not necessarily sex that is wanted, you know? Oh, we don't have video, we don't allow links, sorry. Men will pay men to have sex with them. The clients are male for the vast majority. For men having sex with men, you mean? Or men having sex with women? Like, wait, I want to make sure I'm understanding. Spot because they say the rental process works. Wow, sorry. No, you're good. It just doesn't show up. The clients of sex work are men, no matter the orientation. No, I understand. For sex work, I know there's a lot of like male sex workers and male adult content creators whose vast majority of their audiences are men. Probably vastly. So again, but the emotional connection is what I'm talking about. That's where it would be things like a host club and the rental boyfriends that are like, it's not even like the girlfriend experience. I don't even think it's the same thing, because the girlfriend experience for a lot of people includes the sexual act, whereas I feel like a lot of the people that I've seen that do the rental boyfriends don't have the, yeah, no, I'm not going home with you. That's not happening, you know?
It's always women. It would.
Okay.
The reason why looks maxers are trying to look like this guy right here is because women are not even attracted to men anymore.
We're not attracted to that either.
So, in my opinion, this guy looks very, very ugly and bad, and that's why
he's stressful to look at.
Looks maxers feel like they have to go to such great lengths to try to attract a female the traditional, old-fashioned way of just being a handsome male.
Because no, they also hate women.
This is what it turns into, because women have turned off their sexual attraction for the opposite gender in 2026 in favor of worshiping money.
My body crumbled.
You don't actually have any good women in the modern world. They're all taken. You have 1% of women who are going off of the traditional.
I do think that he has the type of look that if he was like a good fucking person, he would get a hot girlfriend. If he was like a good boyfriend, he would get a hot girlfriend, and she would, one, make him hotter, just based off the girlfriend effect, okay? And if he posted videos with his hot girlfriend, there would be Chads, his name is actually Chad, which is very funny. There'd be dudes like this guy who would be like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? That this prick get a girlfriend like that. And it would be because of his personality. But his personality is also that of dog water, which is why he also does not have a girlfriend. Looks maxing is the pursuit of getting more attractive by any means necessary. Diet, drugs, surgery. I did a video on Swell Entertainment, which is my main YouTube channel, talking all about Clavicular, who is a looks maxer. He's like the face of looks maxing right now. This guy is on meth to stay skinny. He is on GLP-1s to lose weight. He is taking peptides and steroids. He also bone smashes. He takes a hammer and smashes it lightly into his face to create microfractures to grow his jawline. He is insane. It's not a good thing.
Handsome male requirement system, and then the 99% of women, they're just gold diggers and lesbians and cat ladies and feminists. So that's the reason why this Giga Chad, it goes to such great lengths to try to look as absolutely perfect as you could even imagine, beyond human. It actually looks like it's not even human anymore.
I hope he... Oh my God, leave these girls alone! Their matching sweaters is actually so cute, both of them in pink. You know what? I hope they're girlfriends. Every time he shows a video of two clearly just friends women, you know what? I do hope they're girlfriends. I do. I've now decided, you know what? Another creator, Vita, met me and Marissa at an art show, and I was like, oh my God, I love your videos. And she was like, oh my God, I love that. And she was like, wait, lesbians? to me and Marissa, and we were like, oh, no friends. And she was like, oh, sorry, I'm with a woman, so I just assume everyone's a lesbian. I do assume lesbians first. And you know what? That is the way to go through life. She almost looked disappointed when I said we weren't dating. They could be sisters for all he knows. Dude, there was one woman, there was two women he showed. I do think they were like linked arms. I do think they were like mother and daughter or something.
So the only thing keeping the world turning today is there's this false
lesbians making money and propping up the economy, obviously.
A few rich people are able to get a girlfriend, and that looks like it's a real relationship when it's not. It's just a rich man with a girlfriend. So
that is a real relationship.
You have that, which is a false delusion that women are still dating people.
Well, no, they are.
And,
leave her alone. She's just alone taking a photo.
So you have a
Jesus.
tiny amount of people who get a girlfriend, and that is what they say. See, you could still get one when it's impossible to get one. It's the same mechanism that keeps people thinking you can become rich. If a few people are billionaires, they'll say, "Oh yeah, you can do that too." So this is the fake premise that people.
Anti-capitalist movement? Wait. Anti-billionaire sentiment? In my incel video? Mm-hmm.
People use to keep the system running, like you have to get a job and climb up the corporate ladder, you'll eventually make it.
75% sure you get arrested for this. Certain countries are very against filming strangers. Like,
that work for the women.
There are a lot of restrictions.
Who are still
tax refund.
dating, and it provides the illusion. You have 1% of women who are real people who want to date just for the male, and then 99% of wicked women in the world who are all putting up a fake hoax in order to collect as much money from the richest person they can. And you also have this concept.
The cutaways kill me.
That when we were in high school and prior to high school, this was the window where you can still get a girlfriend, because in high school
I hate that I can smell
you're
this
not
man.
in the real world.
Okay, let's see. This one's in the dark.
When the Chad and Stacy meme was first invented around 2011 or 2012 on 4chan, people,
of course, it's on fucking 4chan,
did not see Chad as being a cool person who we all look up to.
The multiple couples walking around.
It was originally created by incels who were mocking Chad because he was the bully that all of these underground people who didn't have a lot of friends or girlfriends. So they were there was all these persecuted people in the 2010s who have never had a girlfriend and never had any friends, and we were permanently online. It's called being a NEET.
I am not looking up.
So there's this race.
I am not looking up the Chad and Stacy meme. I look at psychic damage when I saw an episode of SVU about Chad, Stacy's, and incels.
Of permanently online neck-bearded NEETs, whatever you want to call them in the world, incels. And so maybe in high school or middle school there was this football player, and he would get the girlfriends, and that's where that guy is called a Chad, and he's usually like a douchebag, and the virgin NEETs, they did not like him because they force you to be a beta orbiter once you try to join in with Chad to get his scraps and his leftovers. And
I literally talked about this in the Looks Maxing video, because there's an article following around Clavicular, like being hot at any cost, where he literally went to like a frat party to try and get with women, and there were men that also showed up at that frat party because they thought that more women would come because clavicular was there, and they were hoping they would get the women that he couldn't get with, that couldn't get with clavicular. And I was like, do you not want more for yourself than claviculars, than women that won't sleep with that clavicular won't sleep with? Like, what are we talking about?
You're treated like kind of like a second class citizen, and you're treated like the third wheel, and so eventually you have to abandon Chad and start being a forever online NEET, because so let me rephrase this. In high school, there is a guy who is winning and he's getting the girls, and so there is a
I mean, he might be talking about the Omegaverse. Okay,
I'm trying to eat KFC in China, and
how about go back to where you come from? It'll be a lot easier. Can use Alipay seems like a skill problem.
you need a Chinese phone number, and I have Ola Fly, which is like a eSIM to go around the world. So I don't have a Chinese phone number, so I can't eat KFC. I'm banned from it. I can't eat KFC. You need a phone number to eat chicken. That's probably.
Someone said skill issue. I agree. Oh God, do I want to see what God?
I'm watching World War III right now, and I just got some Chinese fast food. Let's see how it is. And we got a monster from China.
Oh my God. Oh my God, is that new?
So we live in a world right now where.
No, it's 4 days ago.
All right, I'm gonna respond to this comment right here. Basically, she's.
Sex is dangerous for women. Thank you for to help fund the lesbian cabal. Nomad, thank you for the 500 bits. The lesbian cabal thanks you for your generous donation. This guy and his thinning hair and lack of KFC is supposed to be the alpha male. Yeah. Gee, I wonder why he can't find a wife. Sex is dangerous for women. You can get an unwanted pregnancy, a disease, or you're vulnerable to being abused and murdered in the process. That's why women are selective, to keep themselves safe. I can only guess that he will have a very measured and reasonable response to this very valid concern, trying to explain to him why women would be selective with sleeping with men.
Said the reason why women can't have sex is because it's going to cause an unwanted pregnancy, when in reality they're supposed to be taught to want to have children. Girls today, they hate children. They hate having children. They hate.
I don't hate children. I'm extremely patient with children. I am not irritated at the child who was running circles in his seat yesterday on my flight back. I was irritated because the parent that was sitting there did not say a word to her kid to, hey, don't whack this woman next to you. Like, you be nice, be polite, or anything like that. Didn't address the fact that her child was moving constantly. And I also don't like the fucking dad who got to sit 2 rows behind alone while his wife took care of both of their kids. I don't like that either, okay? Like, that's not me. I'm not mad at this child. I don't hate this child, okay? Was it frustrating that I couldn't sleep? Yes. But that's a fucking kid, okay? You know? I was frustrated with the child that was standing on monuments in Japan on our tour, but I was more upset because his parents, rather than say anything to this kid, wanted to argue about their fucking vacation rather than parent their fucking child while on a group tour with other people. And while he was disrespecting a monument in a foreign country, okay? Like, there's a level of parenting that I have a problem with when it comes to dealing with difficult children.
And so women are brainwashed to not want children today, and that's why the birth rate is.
I would like children, okay? I think I'd be a great mom, okay? Especially because I've had a bad mom, okay? I, however, love my future child so much, okay? Daughter or son, okay? I love them so much that I'm not going to bring them into this world, especially right now. I have the resources to have a child alone. I have the resources, I have the funds to have a child alone and take care of that child well. I have a community that would also support me in that decision. But I am not having a child in a world where right now there is a high likelihood that one day they will have to fight for the ability to get clean drinking water. I will not birth a child into a world, specifically a daughter, who will have to deal with shitheads like this. I love my future children so much, I will not have them in this world. There's also that. I saw a terrible headline recently that part of the reason the US birth rate was lower was due to the lower rate of teen pregnancies. So it's not a terrible headline, that is a fact, but that is a good thing, but they were painting it as a bad thing. Sex education has gotten so much better in this country, and education about what can happen with the risks of sex and the dangers of unprotected sex and teen pregnancy and the health complications that could come from having a baby young, that we actually have seen a decline of teenage pregnancies. The accessibility to, Plan B and abortion care and things like that. So that is part of the reason the birth rate is declining. However, it's not a bad thing, I can see why some people would say it's a bad thing. This guy failed passport bro? Yeah. Unlike what TLC is doing and having a show about two teens having a child. Yeah, I saw Unplanned, but I mean, Teen Pregnancy, Teen Mom was a show that was very popular when I was growing up, Like, I will say that did great, preventative. Like, it's funny, there is a sentiment as well where it's like, that show worked too well, because now I'm afraid of being a teen mom at 32. Like, I have seen posts like that.
Solo, and they have a natural evil heart inside of them.
I have a natural evil heart inside of me. That's why I'm not having children.
That says kids aren't good. They think they're annoying, and they take your resources and stuff like this when they're supposed to love children. And the whole point of living, a lot of the purpose is to actually have fun creating children, and it's an enjoyment.
A good quote that I think is in one of the last seasons of Vanderpump Rules, and it's Ariana Madix. She had been with her partner for 9 years, and then he cheated on her. But the entire time they were together, she was very against having children. She did not want to have children. She wanted to be with this man, but she didn't want to have children. He cheated on her with one of her good friends. It was a whole thing. It's referred to as Scandal. And then she started dating this other guy. I believe they're still together. But when she was with this guy, she started talking about, her options, because she was getting older. She was like, I always thought I didn't want children, but I realized I didn't want to have children with a man that I knew wouldn't be supportive in that dynamic. Like, when she was with a better man who was kinder and supportive and a cheerleader for her in her career and everything that she was with, she was like, oh, like, I would have a child because this man is someone that I know I would not be alone being in a marriage or having this child. It would not just be a child. It would not just be my child. It would be our kid, and that sentiment changed, He is, even the way he is speaking about women having children, he is talking about them like it is their responsibility. There are plenty of women who leave their husbands because they realized they were a single parent.
Enjoyable thing to spread your genes and have children, and that's supposed to be a good thing, but they say it's unwanted. See how women are creating reasons to not have sex and not want children, and that's the opposite of what I'm doing. I want to have children, and I want to get married as young as I possibly could, but the women have taken that opportunity away from me. So that's the first
Women
point.
have taken the ability to wait for him.
Unwanted pregnancy. Why is a pregnancy unwanted? That's the first thing.
because of many reasons why a pregnancy might be unwanted. Many reasons. There are also instances of a pregnancy being actively detrimental to a woman's health. Not even just with the regular risk that comes with a pregnancy. There are some women, like for example, okay, let me put it this way. I am 5'2". My mom, who I don't speak to, is taller than me. My dad is not that tall, okay? For both of me and my brother's pregnancies, when my mom was pregnant with us, she had to be on bed rest for the entire third trimester for both of us. I am shorter than her and smaller than her. I will most likely have to be on bed rest if I get pregnant. So, which would mean that my partner, if I was with someone, I would have to, there's that health risk on top of it. Who knows what, on top of other complications, statistically, I will probably be on bed rest at some point. There's that health risk. There is I'm now then dependent on whoever I'm around because I would have to not be able to do most things that I do now. Like there's many reasons why a pregnancy would be unwanted. Financial reasons is also an option. Life opportunities. Hey, I'm about to go to grad school. I don't want to have a baby right now. I got into fucking Harvard or whatever the fuck, you know? There's many reasons. The woman doesn't want to have a child.
Thing I would question with this girl. And then she said you can get a disease, okay? You can wear condoms and go have sex with as many males as you want if you wear condoms, or you can...
You were so right. Who was it earlier that said that men right now don't want to wear condoms because that means you're having sex with other men? I mean, I mentioned that like there are some men that see a woman carrying a condom as her being a slut. And it's like, no, it's a fucking safety precaution. It's fucking protection. Wrap it up. No one's touching me without a condom.
Engage in like hand jobs and blow jobs and stuff that doesn't have as much risk involved. Or
not with you. You said no one's sucking your penis, as you said yourself.
You could outright get diseases. I've gotten diseases going to prostitutes before.
Okay, we suspected, but he's now confirmed it. And again, no one's making you do that. No one's making you have unprotected sex with a prostitute. No one is making you do that. You went and chose to go and do that. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. You guys get a break from this horror show. I'm back. Also, these 4 for $5. It's apple juice. See, this is what you can do with adult money. You can buy apple juice for funsies. With Amanda? No way! Yeah, guys, we're not watching scary videos in the woods tonight. No, we're watching the true horrors. Men thinking they have a right to women. Back in my day. This is my grog. God, I'm gonna get a loaded baked potato with Renfro when I go this weekend. I'm like thinking about it in my head, and I'm so excited.
And it's supposed to be, you can, if you get a disease, you can still, it shouldn't prevent you from wanting to have sex, basically, if you're a straight woman. So the diseased argument is not.
Hi, you can get cancer from HPV. HPV is, I think, only detectable in women. It's not something that can be detected in men. They don't test for it, I believe. Like, you can get cervical cancer from HPV. Like, there are risks to STDs and having sex. You can get plenty of lifelong illnesses from a sexually transmitted disease.
Not a thing either, because for males it's worth it to engage in sex for the pleasure of it, and
yeah, because you can't get pregnant.
It's not worth ruining your life and that.
You also, as men, you also should be worried about STDs and sexually transmitted illnesses.
So it's not
AIDS, HIV. Like, what are we talking about?
I'm never gonna have sex ever again because I might get a disease. That would be ruining
Thank you
your
for
own
following.
life for fear of something. And HIV is not real. Fauci made that up. So.
Oh my fuck! What? Yeah, guys, Fauci made up the AIDS crisis. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Remember how I said he was a lost cause? Yeah, he's fucking... Oh god. Whew. Oh god.
HIV wasn't even a real disease, so the most deadly one is not a real disease. But you can look up some obscure documentaries about HIV not being a real virus. I think I watched it on BitChute or something, but so that's a virus. That one is easy to make as a hoax, the most deadly one. So you can survive the skin contact disease ones.
It's usually not the skin contact, it's bodily fluids. Like you not wearing a condom. Like, he banned all men from the stream, I understand. God, I no, you know what? It's like you guys are really lucky I have a good relationship with my dad. Like truly. Like, cause I do have good men in my life. I do have men that aren't complete fucking psychopaths in my life. Like, you guys are really lucky. Like, every day, I do creep a little forward into the thought of, like, misandry, just blatantly. And then I'm like, no, I do know good men. I do know good ones. There's quite a few of them in my life. I think he only knows herpes. I think he knows herpes and crabs, and I think that's it.
So
Is he back outside?
you could even say that it would be worth it to risk dying.
I'm so sorry, that was an edit. He felt the need he filmed all of this outside and then felt the need to edit in a bit about Fauci making up HIV.
To have sex because it's one of the main primary forms of content in the world. And
Yeah, if you want to hear some AI bullshit.
Ultimately, just use condoms if you really were smart. But I got a disease from a prostitute because I didn't wear a condom.
Gee!
So sex is a big enough activity on Earth that you could say even if you did outright die from doing it, it would be seen as a worthwhile endeavor.
No.
And women are not valuing it as highly as males are.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. The world is not there, so you can put
Going out with a bang is a joke. That's a joke, okay? Dying in the pursuit of having sex is not a noble cause. That's insane.
put makeup on and play with cats. You know, a lot of the
I kind of want to do a full beat now. I'm not even wearing makeup right now, and it's like actually bothering me that I'm not wearing makeup because I feel like I should just to fuck with him.
and then this point that it's dangerous.
For our
to
newest
have
mods.
sex.
Yes, welcome to the mods. I gave the speech yesterday. If you guys irritate the new mods, I will ban you because they prevent me from banning all of you.
Is not true. You have to pick a white male or an Asian male, and then it no longer becomes dangerous. It's only dangerous if you're choosing a black or a Latino or a Muslim male, and that is what makes a encounter dangerous. That's the racial stats and data. If you go out with a white male, it is very unlikely to be dangerous. And
What? Oh my god. It gets, how's it keeps getting worse? How does it keep getting worse? We might have to watch some In the Woods videos after this just to deal with it just as a palate cleanser. God. It turns out rock bottom had a hatch. I'm sorry, it's not funny, but that's a funny sentence. Thank you for that. Race theory, let's go. Check all the boxes. For people not understanding how camping works. I'm very tempted to try and find some actual statistics about how many white men have murdered women. Like, he is saying specifically in sex. So I don't know if he's talking about a penis size reference or about different races being unclean. Either way, it's racist as shit. It's safe to have sex with white men. Well, no, it's not. No. Absolutely the fuck not. Talking about STDs. Yeah, again, still racist. He now carries an STD. He just said so. Oh, God. Japan Mochi Hall or something. Yeah. Sparkly, you missed me sharing all of my mascots I bought that I'm going to put on the background. There was a lot of this is the fun stuff. Here's all the mascots. I got Mount Fuji, my girlfriend. I got the kitsune. I got The manga museum has a mascot. Very fun. I got a Mount Fuji Manchichi. Hee. I love them. It's funny because the stigma in Japan is that only foreigners have STIs. Really? That's crazy. I have heard that some people think that you can't get STDs in Japan. I have heard that. But I thought that was like a weird little like stereotype thing.
And I have been exposed to very much danger from going out with females and prostitutes. Nearly 70% of the time you get a female prostitute, you're dealing with scammers who are trying to... So 75% of the time you get a female prostitute, you're dealing with people who often has another girlfriend, and they are going to try to stay in your room in Las Vegas and try to... And really in the whole world I've dealt with scammer prostitutes. They're mostly all scammers who are dangerous. They have knives, they have...
I hope they scammed you, and I hope they took their actual girlfriend, because obviously they're all lesbians. I hope they took their actual girlfriend out for a nice steak dinner after scamming you, because you're a prick.
Guns, they have pimps, and so I face death by trying to pay for prostitutes already. So imagine the safety that women have when
survival instinct of an avocado.
House and they have they can have a weapon, a gun, and women, and they can choose who it is.
So I will say, in Vegas, there are still quite a lot of people with nighttime lives, okay, who if they will scam you. That is a thing. All of them will scam you? No, because then you wouldn't have any clients. But Vegas is a very transient city, not all of it, but like the Strip. And so it is very common for men that are traveling to get ripped off by people they believe to be escorts or prostitutes, and have all their shit stolen. I got a ride to the airport from an Uber driver one time. She was sick. She had a Hello Kitty themed car. Like the whole car was Hello Kitty. She had like a whole, like, she picked up a lot of girls from the bars and stuff. So she had like a whole thing on the back of her chair with like mouthwash and like face wipes, makeup remover wipes. Like she was a bad bitch. I was obsessed with her. And she was telling me, she was like, yeah, sometimes I have to drive to LA a lot because a lot of men come here and get their wallets stolen, and then they can't get on the plane back because their ID was stolen, and they don't want to report it because then they'd have to report to their wives that they hired someone to sleep with them. So at least in Vegas, because a lot of people are traveling for a conference or for an event or a boys trip, a lot of it goes unreported because they know they don't want their wives and partners back home to find out about it. So I don't doubt that he has been potentially ripped off in Vegas, because it does happen. Does it always happen? No, but it does happen. And it's happened enough that she told me of at least 3 separate instances since she had been Uber driving, that she had to drive people across state lines to go back to LA because all of their stuff was stolen by escorts, and they were like terrified about telling their wives. I was security at a casino. It happens a ton. Fauci invented fiber. He was specifically looking for prostitutes that didn't demand condoms, then yeah, he was begging to be scammed. He also looks like someone that's an easy mark. Because if he is at all like verbally like this towards women, a scammer clocks this in a second. Because you're such an easy mark. Because all they need to do is pretend to be nice to you. That's all they got to do. And your guard is down. Because, wow, I might be paying for it, but she's different. Like that, he's such an easy mark. Like, it's actually a little pathetic. He looks tribal. Exactly. Fauci invented lesbians.
Women are almost under no danger at all when they are going to have sex with males freely on Tinder or whatever they want to do. That's actually what they should be doing.
Fauci invented the male loneliness epidemic. The break to take a drink.
And they are not doing it anymore because of the feminist cult we live under, where women don't love having sex with males or
Proud member of the
males
feminist
or having
cult.
children with males. They prefer a cat lady, single life with female girlfriends and worshiping wealth and money for themselves, and that's what they all
He's
do
not describing the future he's describing is not bad.
across the entire world. So basically my point was, I have faced literally knives and guns and people trying to stay in your hotel and extort money out of you. I've dealt with this probably a dozen times
Then
in
stop.
my life.
Self-preservation of an avocado. Hey, most men... So, no, actually, let me take that back. Most people, once they've been scammed in a certain way, they change the behavior for whatever reason. Whether it was they trusted people too much or something happened, they changed the behavior because they realize, oh, I shouldn't do X to prevent the situation from happening. It's not victim blaming for me to acknowledge that. I am simply saying, hey, me engaging in this risky behavior led to my life being in danger. Therefore, I should stop engaging in this risky behavior, okay? So it's like hitting rock bottom, okay, for a lot of people. Some people that are addicts need that life or death moment where they OD and almost don't make it to finally go through getting clean. Because it's like, oh, holy shit, this is real. This isn't just like making me feel better. This could kill me. They need that moment, okay? You have had that moment with prostitutes. And yet you have said that it's happened numerous times. So yet you're still doing it. And therefore it's women's fault because they won't have sex with you. So you have to keep doing this. You're an idiot. Take a real book and cleanse my mind. Bye. We will watch, what's it called after this and cleanse the palate. I was like, I miss watching Swell on Twitch. I hope she's live. And you are. Hi. He truly believes this.
And and that's just what they're known to do, the prostitutes in the certain places of the world. In Vietnam and in Thailand, I had a few problems as well. I couldn't get a prostitute to leave, and they tried to attack me and stuff like that. Or they try to abduct you and take you on a dark alley or something. So I always face danger when I am trying to pay females to have sex. So I think it's...
Okay. Oh God, like the haircut did get worse. Like it was worse. When was this posted?
I'm literally never coming back. I dreamed about coming to Japan
Incel Japan, Tokyo.
for like 30 years. Oh, well, I lived here and I don't give a shit about it. That's how ignorant these women are. Just lesbians everywhere. In Korea as well. They're all lesbian. Women lesbianism is the biggest thing right now in the whole world. They're all walking, dating women, ignoring them.
What's fascinating is when I think those are teenagers he's seeing. My understanding of Japan's dating culture is that because there's such a work culture and there's not much of a work-life balance, most people in Japan don't have time to date as well. There's also that element to it as well. So maybe the women you're approaching are fucking teenagers. I don't know. It's gotta be lesbians.
The heck out of people. So there is nothing you can do to get a girlfriend. You know? I give up, honestly. I'm going to the third world in order to relax and get away from this stuff. You know? I just want to...
Okay, if this fucker could get a visa to live in Japan, how do I get one? Because I'm not like this.
forget that women exist and then go, you know, it's like a full circle. I've already been a NEET my whole life. It's like, okay, I try to be not a NEET anymore. All right, gotta go be a NEET again. You have to just jerk off to porn and eat food and order food and play games. You know, tried to live a normal life. You almost get beat up out here going outside and stuff. Don't.
Because again, you look like an easy fucking mark. Again, aside from that one dude that one morning, no one messed with me when I was in Shinjuku, a place that multiple women that both are from Japan and live in Japan have said they feel unsafe in, okay? Now, I'm not saying that's because I'm unfuckwithable, okay? But I'm saying you look like an easy fucking mark of a dude. I bet they're trying to get you to go and drink in all the bars because you look like someone who's gonna run up a tab and be fucked. How do I explain a NEET? Can someone explain a NEET? Because I don't think I can justify it. I don't think I can explain it properly. Not in education, employment, or training. Like not qualified for anything, or like not, like completely unemployed, completely doing nothing with your life, you're a NEET. It's not even about not getting women, I don't think. Technically, there's a lot of people that are technically NEETs right now because of the unemployment crisis we have in the United States. Of being productive and you have no desire to change it. Yeah.
Go outside. It's bad for you. Bad for your health to go outside. You know?
Maybe because you're filming strangers talking on the street.
By women, you're going to get attacked by random people.
Yeah, I wonder why.
This is such a stupid world, man. Don't go to Japan. They're all lesbian feminists, just like Korea. You can't get...
I'm going back to Japan.
Get a girlfriend here. It's impossible.
I didn't realize, like, I don't go to gay bars, so, because I just don't like a bar, that's the thing. But I didn't realize that I was actually staying not too far from, like, where there's, like, quite a few gay bars in Shinjuku. So, missed out on that.
I'm literally never coming back.
Wait, what were the comments on this one?
I'm literally never...
I gotta give it to you that, my man. You make people honest. In your comments, they aren't posting any fake pleasantries or empty platitudes. You should be broadcasting on billboards. World needs more honesty. No. How many years have you been in Japan? LMAO, this has to be a joke. Chad. The irony. Stop harassing women. This gif of someone kicking him out of the country. Get this man a true, what? 6'7". Hidden comments. You think women are the problem? Look at yourself. You have zero respect for women. You're a piece of trash who thinks Asian women will worship you just because you're white. No woman would want to date someone like you. No matter the race or ethnicity, get over yourself. He described himself as a 7 out of 10 on another video. Dude needs psychological help for sure. Jesus.
I literally hate Japan. I'm leaving. I'm never coming back.
Good,
this
leave.
Place is terrible. The women are going to walk past you like you don't exist.
Again. I think he's talking about teenagers.
And they're never going to date you. And I come all the way to Japan just to waste my time. And you're paying more money for less stuff in this country compared to Southeast Asia. I am never coming back to Japan. It's a waste of your life. Don't go to Korea either. They're all lesbian feminists hugging girls on the street. Every girl is a lesbian. So there is no point of going to either country. Korea and Japan, I don't recommend either country. You should go to a third world country, not a first world country. These are countries, you're a second-class citizen if you're not a multi-millionaire. So why would you go to them? It's retarded. Don't go to these countries.
Jesus.
Japan and Korea are a waste of your life, and you'll be paying more money for. You won't even be able to get prostitution. You'll be an incel your whole life. So I literally hate Japan. I'm leaving. I'm
Surprised
never
that's the
coming
first
back.
slur.
This place is. Women invented being an incel because they're not putting out and doing what they're supposed to be doing the normal way
Oh my God, it's our fault. You're psychopaths. Jesus.
of going out with guys, trying to find a boyfriend, because they could do it in 5 seconds, because the whole Tinder is backlogged with thousands of guys who are looking for a girlfriend because there's all incels among the young men on earth. So the women have backlogged the whole system. There's very few women still giving back into that system. The girl with the highest body count is the best girl. You don't want the virgin girl who's stuck up and trying to avoid guys. She's a feminist. She hates guys. If she loved guys, she would have a high body count. She would be trying to have sex with people, but they don't do that. Women are very tight today, and they're not having sex. You could Google it. They are all
You can
mostly
Google it.
virgins, or they're the hypergamous type who only gets the Chad,
Hypergamist.
Giga Chad rich guy. So they're evil either way.
Hypergamist.
You have either the
how do you say
lesbian
it?
type who walks around with girlfriends, avoiding men all day, or you have the type that's only going for the rich guys. And that's also evil. You're not supposed to worship money. In the Bible, it's a sin to worship money and
This is the first time he's brought up the Bible, by the way.
put it above humanity like they're doing. They say, oh, let me find the rich guy, and they don't care about their biological need for a man just to,
Because I don't have a biological need for a
just
man.
to have one and be a normal human who dates your looks match pairing for the benefits of just having a partner and having fulfillment of your desires and stuff like that. They don't care about normal behavior. They have made us incels. It is their
Wow.
fault.
It's
I
our
don't care
fault.
about my beard. I could cut it off. I'll still be an incel.
You will.
How many years you
It's
want
your
me to
shitty
go with no
personality.
beard, and then I'll still be having no girlfriend? You know?
Get out of the
Women
street.
invented being an incel because they're not. Whenever Andrew Tate type of people say that there's a high body count problem with women, it's actually the opposite on Earth right now. We're living under a world where women are not having sex with anybody. They're all virgins, and they're all walking around with their women girlfriend. And so every time they say, oh, you have a high body count, that's actually the good women on Earth who are still giving back to guys and having sex with men.
I think he's
They're
looking
very
for
rare.
someone to
Most
validate
women are
him.
like this. They're walking with their best girlfriend. The only answer people have is,
Guys, Johnny Somali was just found guilty of all charges in South Korea and has been sentenced to prison with labor. Johnny Somali, for those who don't know, he was originally detained and deported from Japan for being a fucking psychopath, okay? He was a live streamer and was harassing people and yelling on trains and yelling in restaurants and just being a fucking problem. Then he goes to South Korea and did many a thing. I think he stole a bike at one point. He created deep fakes of another streamer at one point, I believe. And he threatened the judge after he was already charged. So multiple people told him, hey, if you just pled guilty to like the first mischief offense or whatever and profusely apologized, you would have already been allowed to go back to America. You would have already been allowed to leave. He has been stuck in South Korea for these charges for a year. And now he just got sentenced, found guilty. Here's the full charges. Not this guy. This is a different dude. On April 14th, the judge in South Korea sentenced Johnny Somali, capping off one of the most documented influencer trials to date. In his penultimate court appearance, Somali upset the judge by claiming the law was unfair because another Korean stringer, Bong Bong, shared the same deepfake videos he had and wasn't facing consequences for it. The prosecution, meanwhile, recommended 3 years in prison with hard labor for the American, causing Somalis. I believe Bong Bong shared them in like a "this is not me, I did not do this" type of thing. And Bong Bong had shared that she was getting vitriol from Korean people because of these videos of her like fake kissing this man, even though they were deep fake videos. Yeah, he got kicked out of Japan first, I believe. As per lawyer and YouTuber, Somali's mother, causing Somali's mother to file a petition asking for leniency. As per lawyer and YouTuber Legal Mindset, who has been documenting the trial since the very beginning, Somali was found guilty of all charges, including the deepfakes, which come with the biggest penalty. As such, Somali will reportedly be going to a specialized labor prison where his phone will be confiscated and he will receive offender status. In 2024, after arrests during trips to Japan and Israel, Johnny Somali headed to South Korea as the next stop in his streaming career. Much like his previous visits abroad, the American quickly sparked outrage. In Korea, he drew backlash after dancing inappropriately with the Statue of Peace, a memorial honoring victims of sexual slavery by Japanese forces during World War II. This caused a massive controversy, with even the country's parliament taking notice. Korean residents and fellow streamers then proceeded to take out their anger on Somali by hunting him down, even placing a bounty on his whereabouts. In one viral incident, a former Korean Navy SEAL turned YouTuber KO'd Somali and later had his legal fines paid by content creator Donut Operator. Ishmael was later arrested following a string of incidents, that's Johnny Somali's real name, including causing disturbances inside a 7-Eleven, disrupting a bus, blasting North Korean propaganda, and more. Oh yeah, during one of his court appearances, he yelled that he loved North Korea. During his first court appearance, the streamer notoriously showed up late, hungover, and wearing a MAGA hat. As the trial progressed, Somali pleaded guilty to numerous charges, including multiple obstruction of business charges and 2 counts of violating the Minor Offenses Act. However, he maintained he was not guilty of the deepfake charges, and they came with the most severe penalties. Apologizing for his actions, Somali said, "I did some foolish things under the influence of alcohol, and I realized the consequences. I sincerely apologize for this. Having been born and raised in the United States, I did not realize how serious the consequences of these actions, which would not be illegal in the United States, could be in Korea." The case comes as authorities ramp up enforcement against live stream creators, with several high-profile figures facing major legal fallout over on-camera antics. Vitali, for instance, spent nearly 300 days detained in the Philippines after a string of incidents, including harassing locals, theft, making inappropriate advances towards a security guard, and attempting to grab the guard's weapon. He was later deported to Russia. Meanwhile, Jack Doherty is reportedly facing up to 7 years in prison after a controversial stream resulted in charges of resisting arrest and possession of a controlled substance while filming content. Keep him. Ugh. Not his phone. Okay, let me get this shithead off my screen. Hold on. Let's see, did Bizarre Bub give us anything? Anything new? 3 weeks ago.
On March 4th of 2026, at around 11 p.m., Destiny K is fast asleep
We saw this. Did we see this?
while watching these clips.
Was this before I left? God damn it, it was. We watched this. Devastated. Anyways, okay, hang on. Let's do our hatred. Wilderness Whispers. What you got for us? Oh my god, this is the video that I hate. I hate this one. This one's crazy.
On the night of May 1st, 2020, at approximately 9:40 p.m., during the early stages of the COVID-19 lockdown, a 45-year-old father named Raymond Hawkins went to answer his front door, believing a delivery had just arrived.
His name was Chad. He went by Pug Walker or something on Instagram.
Contactless delivery protocols were widely in place. The individual posing as the courier stood several steps back from the entrance, appearing to follow those guidelines. He explained that due to new procedures, he needed to leave the package at the doorstep and take a photo as proof of delivery, something that had become increasingly common, especially for higher value shipments. Everything about the interaction seemed routine and consistent with the changes people had grown used to during that period.
Okay. Wilderness Whispers.
I've got a parcel for you, mate. Dude, I'll put it on your door and take it because coronavirus.
In that moment, the father let his guard down, unaware that the man standing outside was not a real delivery driver. In reality, he was part of a group preparing to force their way into the house. Within seconds, several individuals rushed inside, all of them armed with knives, turning what seemed like an ordinary delivery into a dangerous and terrifying situation.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh god, they're in there for so long. Yeah, I'm
As
stabbing
Raymond
Larry.
reached down to collect the package, the situation suddenly turned violent. Christopher Sargent, the man pretending to be the
Oh, good, they
courier,
got them.
rushed at him with a knife and began the attack. Almost instantly, 3 other masked men followed him inside, forcing their way into the house. Shouting and muffled cries could be heard as Raymond, along with his wife and son, tried to fight back against the intruders.
Jesus.
The struggle was chaotic, but it didn't last long. Within a short time, the group gathered valuables worth thousands of dollars and quickly escaped. Both Raymond and his son were injured, though their wounds were not considered life-threatening.
What about Larry?
However, his son's injuries were described as more severe. Investigators later apprehended
get
2
Larry?
of the suspects, Anthony Lasis and Christopher Sargent,
What about Larry?
charging them with aggravated burglary and possession of a knife. The remaining 2 suspects were never located. Cases like this...
God. Okay, I've definitely told this story before, but I've thought about it more since. Probably because of instances like this. So one time, when I was living in Tustin with my dad's house, my brother was still living with us at the time, we were at this house, and it was in the complex where, like, you had a key fob to get the door. There was no key fob. Like, you could get in. Like, it was like a gated area, but it was only you needed a key fob to get through the driveway, but you could get into the complex without a key fob, okay? Like, just go through the pedestrian gate. There was no keypad or anything. And one time I was home alone, and the doorbell rang, and we had like a security gate. It was like one of those things where you could have a security gate and then the door, and it was like hot, so I'd had the door open, but the security gate was locked, or like, I can't remember if the security gate was locked and the door was open, or the door was open but the security gate was still locked. I would usually still lock both, basically, okay? Anyways, doorbell rings, and I walk out, and it looks like a UPS driver, okay? And this is probably like 2018, 2019, okay? And I'm like 20 at the time, okay? But it looks like a UPS driver, okay? And he has like a thing with him and like a clipboard, okay? But he was like, hi, I'm looking for, and he like had my dad's name. And I was like, oh, he's not here. Do you have a package? It's like, oh, I need him to sign for this. I need someone to sign for this. Can you sign for it? And I was like, oh, I'm 17. I can't sign for anything. Lie. Okay. I was like, oh, but I'll just call him. Let me just call him. And immediately because again, the door is locked. He's not trying the door, but he's like, he's not far away from the door either, you know, but like, it's clear that there is a door that is closed and that it's not the door that I've just opened, basically. So I call my dad and I'm like, hey dad, did you need a package? And he was like, it's fine, I can come back. Like, he immediately changed, the vibe changed, and it was weird, okay? But he was in like, I can't remember if he had like a UPS shirt logo or if it was just like a brown polo shirt, you know what I'm saying? But that guy never fucking came back. My dad, I thought, what I had thought at the time, because my dad had been in construction years prior, and it was not uncommon for like if you work in construction and you like own a business, sometimes you get sued, okay? Because like people don't want to pay and things like that. So my assumption, though my dad was not working in construction at the time, was that this was someone trying to like serve my dad like a paper or something, okay? And I was like, I'm not going to be the one taking it, okay? No one ever came back. No one ever tried to serve him paper. So now I'm thinking, okay, was this dude trying this at like multiple residences and I was just the first one that like opened the door? Or was this like, because he's seeming, I can't remember, I think he said my dad's name. I'm fairly certain he said my dad's name. But the guy never came back. My dad did not know what it was, never came back, never got served. So I don't know what the fuck that was. However, as I've mentioned, my mom is a psycho. Could this have been someone just doing like an investigation to make sure there was no like random woman there or something? Who knows? You know, could it have been something like this? Could it have been something nefarious? Who knows? But I think about that a lot from time to time now, especially with these doorbell videos. Larry was one of the criminals, but they said he's got Larry because they got the door closed with them outside, but Larry was still inside. So Larry must have gotten away. I don't know how you don't find fucking Larry. I once checked my camera to find a cop had stopped by, checked under my doormat for a key, and went to the back before leaving without leaving a note or a sign they had stopped by otherwise. Always wondered if it was something casing the place in a cop. That's fucked up. I hate that. Actually hate that. I actually fucking hate that.
Highlight how far criminals can go to manipulate and deceive. One major warning sign in this situation was the late timing of the supposed delivery.
Yeah, dude.
At around 9:40
No, after 5 p.m., fucking leave a note. You're not coming inside.
p.m. It was well beyond the usual hours most major delivery services operate, which typically don't extend much past 7 p.m. It may seem obvious in hindsight, especially since deliveries are usually announced with prior notifications, but in the moment, Raymond likely didn't think much of it. For the next video, I don't know the exact identity of the homeowner or where it took place, but it clearly comes from a terrified resident who captured something on his Ring camera, originally posted on YouTube. What happens in this video is extremely unsettling. It appears to take place in a shared hallway of an apartment building late at night, when suddenly a person appears who is visibly
I hate this
not
one.
in the right state of
I
mind,
fucking hate this one.
holding a knife in his mouth. What he does immediately
The caption said, "This is why you always lock your door." I saw this. A woman posted this video. This was a woman's apartment. I hate this one.
causes fear throughout the building. Take a look.
I hate this one. I hate it. I hate it so much. That's a knife in their mouth. Checking under mats. Naked, wrapped in a sheet. Checking for keys. Trying the doors. I hate this one.
Instead of going to just one apartment, the individual begins moving along the corridor, going from door to door. He crouches down at each entrance and inspects the area beneath the doormat.
Also, after this, I'm going to call it chat because I've been live for
that he may have been looking
4.5
for hidden
hours.
spare keys, possibly searching for an easy way into someone's home. His behavior quickly sparked debate online. Some believe he appears confused or possibly under the influence of substances, while others argue that his actions seem too intentional to be random wandering. What is clear is that he presents a potential danger to the people in the building.
It's not checking one apartment.
Come on.
Why do you have a knife?
There's something unsettling in his eyes, and it's hard not to wonder what
is it the knife?
If he had actually found a key, or if a door had been left unlocked. It even raises the question of whether he actually lived there.
Some people do.
Or if he had entered the building just to see if anyone had left their door unsecured. One simple takeaway many people get from this footage is clear. Always keep your doors locked and avoid leaving spare keys in obvious places where they can be easily found. This next video is one that really shocked a lot of people, and I'm not going to lie, it even sparked a bit of controversy online.
Why is there a Ms.
Kiff
clip?
When a girl was walking through her neighborhood.
Why is Ms. Kiff in this?
And that's when she noticed two big guys who seemed to be following her.
Nope, fuck that.
She picked up her pace, trying to get home as quickly as possible, and eventually made it. She opened her front door, went inside, and closed it behind her. But what happened next turned into one of the worst encounters she...
I sent a message to my business group chat that was meant for Chris and Anarchy. I didn't get them any gifts from Japan, and they got a message saying, I'm so oh. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Okay, which plushies do I give them? No, I said, I'm so sorry. This is meant for a different group chat. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. Go buy gifts for people, I guess.
He's ever had.
I'll go to Little Tokyo. I'll get them something. This will be fine. I can fix this.
On her Ring camera. Take a look.
Oh, I hate this. Get inside. Get inside. That's a teenager. That's a child. That's a fucking child. Get away from her. Get inside. 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 Lock the doors. Lock the door. 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 Lock the fucking door! Lock the fucking door! Lock the fucking door! That's a child. No, fuck that. Because what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, because what the fuck are you doing?
Now, what's the controversy around this encounter? Well, after seeing the video, many people believe the men were genuinely confused.
Why are you trying the door? Why are you trying the door? That's a cheat. I'm so sorry. We're giving too much grace to people. No, absolutely not. We're giving too much grace. The answer can't always be, sorry, sometimes no. When there's children involved, that girl got inside the house and started freaking the fuck out. They followed her for far too long. This is only a little bit of that interaction. Who knows how long they followed her? Who knows how long, if they said anything to her? Who fucking knows? She got in the house and started yelling for her mom immediately. She had a backpack on. That is a fucking child. I don't care if she's 19. She's terrified. She looks super fucking young. Okay? I don't care what. There's no reason to try the fucking door. Zero fucking reason. I don't care if they were like, hey, we're so sorry. We wanted to make sure your daughter got back okay. You knock and you stand away from the door and you wait fucking patiently. There is zero fucking reason to try that fucking door. Zero. I don't give. These men seem generally confused. Yeah, I don't give a shit why. I don't care.
A friend's house, but ended up at the wrong one.
They followed a teen. That girl was terrified. That girl looked terrified.
You can even see them looking at each other as if they're thinking, why is there a woman's voice in there? On the other hand,
They
some
were
people
right fucking behind her.
will argue there's no way they didn't see her enter the house. The timing is just too tight. She goes in, closes the door, and seconds
That's coming up the driveway. That's a driveway. There's cars there. They come up the driveway and follow her in.
later, they're already there. It feels like they were right behind her.
Immediately
which
tries
makes
the
it
door.
hard to believe.
One walking up while the other stands back is fucking weird. I don't care if it's a confusion thing. You're in the fucking wrong. That's a teenager. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is me being an asshole. I have no way of knowing if you have hearts of gold, okay? If I'm her mom, I'm coming out with a gun, okay?
Believe they didn't realize it was her home. Personally, it's hard to say what to believe. Both explanations
Because why does that guy stand back there then if they both think this is a house of a friend?
make sense. The wrong
If anything, their actions look like, oh shit, she's not home alone. The door is locked. Let's adjust. Because he then steps in like they're playing off confusion.
house theory does seem a bit more realistic because of their reaction, but at the same time, it's very suspicious
now
how
you're
quickly
knocking.
they appear right after she closes
It's fucking weird. Why were you right there?
the door. And if this really was
Yeah.
a home invasion attempt, hearing her scream, "Mom," could have actually made
That's them realizing she's not fucking alone. I truly believe that. Also, if these dudes were identified, hey, they feel awful about this. They did not mean to scare her. They thought it was their friend's daughter. They tried talking to her. She kept walking away. They thought she couldn't hear her because of her earbuds. Like, we would have gotten a story by now, you know?
things worse.
I can't imagine, like, Anarchy and Chris, if I went to their place right now, I would be like,
Because it suggests there's no man in the house, yet they didn't try to force their way in. Those men were huge, and if they had
yeah, I'm sorry. I don't buy this fucking confusion
bad
thing.
intentions, it could have turned into something really serious very quickly. Thankfully, nothing happened. Let's just hope it was a strange coincidence, and nothing more.
We didn't identify these fucking men?
This video comes from a Reddit user who shared footage captured on their doorbell camera, saying it made them
Like, Anarchy and Chris are expecting me, okay? I'm not trying the doorknob to see if it's unlocked. Unless they text me, hey, it's unlocked.
feel uneasy about their safety in that house, knowing there are people like that around. Now, what exactly was going on? Well, a man walked up to their door, but that wasn't the strange part. The strange part was how he did it.
Yeah. Yeah. A dog attacked me. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, he's talking to himself.
Come here. go? Oh, no. Oh.
It appeared that the man was talking to someone, but that
I didn't even see he was talking himself at first. I thought that was a voice by the. I thought Jet ass. I totally black. I tune out Wilderness Whispers sometimes. Okay, I thought he was talking to someone talking through the doorbell. That's him talking to himself.
someone was actually himself. He was switching between two different voices, asking questions and then answering them. It gave off an incredibly unsettling vibe, and this was happening in broad daylight. I can't even imagine how it would feel to witness something like that at night. People came up with all kinds of theories. Some believed it could be a man suffering from schizophrenia, while others went as far as saying it might be something paranormal, but come on, do you really think we're in The Conjuring? Personally, what stood out to me was the fact that
He's
you can see a
disturbed.
$20 bill, which makes me think it could be something drug-related, like he believed he was at a dealer's house and was trying to buy something.
I think that could just be learned behavior. You leave the home, you grab money, you grab your keys. You know, like there's certain things that are just routine.
That
Maybe,
could also
but
explain his
sure.
behavior, because mental illness. This next video is one that could leave you in
Because like the door was locked and he was like, oh man. And then he like turned around.
shock, as it captures something that almost feels like a divine intervention. A man was cleaning his car and went inside to grab a vacuum. As he was coming back out, the cord got stuck in the door, forcing him to turn around and fix it. But what happened next is something you'd usually only see in movies.
Oh God.
Take a look.
Car breaking. Secret third option.
Now,
Tree.
it was either some kind of divine intervention, turning him around because it simply wasn't his time yet, or one of those final destination moments where death just misses you once and comes back later. Yeah, for those movie fans, you know exactly what I mean. But seriously, that was insane. If he had just stayed there and tried to pull the cord loose from a distance,
Yeah, that would have hit him directly at least.
like I'm sure many of us would have done, he most likely wouldn't have made it. That dead tree falling like that, it would have been more than enough. Honestly, this is one of those moments that makes you think, maybe it's worth taking those extra few steps instead of being lazy, because you never know what could happen. One day, a tree...
All right, we're done. Thank you all for spending the evening with me. I'm gonna go see my friends. All right. Nandre, here we go. Nandre's away from the camera, so Nandre can come back to a raid. Alrighty. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I will see you guys tomorrow. Also, there's a new video on the channel if you want to go watch it. Bye. Have fun. Bye. I'm gonna raid and run, so I'm not gonna stay, alright? Have fun. Just let Nandre know I had to leave. Bye. Bye-bye.